Today is the 18th of January 2023, and this is a conversation between Emilio Longo and Eolo Paul Bottaro. Paul, welcome to Skill-Based Art, a learning resource for art students and artist teachers. I thank you for welcoming us into your studio today.
Thank you, Emilio. It's nice to have you here, and I appreciate you making the time to put this together.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Paul.
Yeah.
Now, Paul, let's begin with an introduction.
Okay.
Paul, born 1974 in Preston, Melbourne, Australia, you are a Melbourne-based figurative and representational artist with Italian heritage and divide your time between Sicily, Italy and Melbourne. You have been a practicing artist for over 20 years and have a love for Renaissance art and the working methods of artists from the period. Graduating from the Victorian College of the Arts in 1994 with a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Painting, you have spent extended lengths of time in Europe researching fresco painting techniques and the Renaissance masters, as well as carrying out church restorations and receiving multiple commissions in your family's original hometown of Sicily, as well as here in Melbourne. You have been exhibiting regularly since the late 1990s in Melbourne and Sydney, Australia, as well as Palermo and Syracuse in Sicily. Your artworks have been included in curated exhibitions of contemporary art and printmaking in Australia, including the Benalla Regional Gallery, Mildura Art Centre, Art Gallery of Ballarat, Geelong Gallery and La Trobe University, as well as internationally at the National Arts Club in New York and the Galleria Regionale Palazzo Bellomo di Siracusa in Sicily. You have won a multitude of awards, including the Geelong Acquisitive Print Award in 1997 and 2011, the City of Darebin Art Award in 2008, the Hutching Acquisitive Art Prize in 2011, the National Works on Paper Award for Mornington Peninsula Regional Art Gallery in 2012, and the Nillumbik Art Prize also in 2012. You have been a finalist in the Archibald Prize, Fleury Art Prize, Conrad Jupiter's Art Prize, Darebin La Trobe Art Prize, Burney Print Prize, Rick and Moore Drawing Prize, Deakin University Sculpture Award, Kilgore Prize and the AME Bell Travelling Scholarship, as well as others. Your paintings, sculptures, drawings and prints are featured in many private and public collections in Australia and internationally, including the State Library of Victoria, Geelong Art Gallery, Monash University, Victorian College of the Arts, MGI Merrick Webster, City of Darebin Art Collection, Essendon Airport, Hyatt Place in Essendon Fields, the Australian Event Centre, and the Museo Civico Archeologico di Polizzi Generosa in Sicily. You have taught at Rings Road Art Studio and Art Encounters in Elsternwick, as well as completing artist residencies and teaching in high schools. You have also completed workshops for the Victorian College of the Arts and offered private workshops and tuition from your studio. You are currently represented by Metro Gallery in Melbourne. Now, Paul, I understand your parents migrated to Australia from Sicily in the 1960s with hopes of beginning a new life and leaving the burden of their old lives behind. Your father was a taxidermist and you grew up watching him work with his painstaking attention to detail. What can you recall about your early days growing up in Melbourne, and how did art fit into your childhood?
Okay, Emilio. Well, yeah, when my parents came to Australia in the late 60s, and obviously they built that trade within Australia, the taxidermy business, and I grew up within that trade, which sort of progressively got bigger and bigger. So started off in Thornbury and remained in Thornbury, but always each 5 to 8 years they got a larger premises basically and expanded on that business up until I actually went to art school. I think until the first year of art school was when they actually shut that business down, the taxidermy business, and then that evolved into something else, which was antiquities.
Oh, okay.
The antiquities trade. But rewinding, my upbringing was what I considered quite normal, even though in the perspective of being the child of a taxidermist, it's not really that normal. So I could say I was very fortunate to have a very colourful upbringing. Lost my father last year, but he made sure our lives were quite colourful and interesting right through those early adolescent sort of period, which I think sparked off a lot of creativity.
Sure.
So I can obviously, like many artists, recall always drawing, but subject was always readily available in the sense of animals or carcasses or dissection and so forth. These are things that later you begin to understand how much they've probably influenced
Sure.
your perception, even on living and non-living things. So there was a period of it being very unfashionable, the taxidermy.
Yeah.
And then much later, it rebirthed again in the art world and got very fashionable. So it was very weird to see that, being somebody growing up as the son of a taxidermist.
Sure. Fantastic, Paul. Great. Now, as a young man, you kept a copy of E.H. Gombrich's book, The Story of Art, in the back of the kitchen shed of your former house in Preston. You're noted in saying, quote, "I remember looking at Marc Chagall's painting, The Kiss, and realizing from that moment I wanted to be a painter, even though I didn't understand what that actually meant," unquote. At what age did you see your vocation to become an artist clearly?
Oh, what age was that? I was in Preston, Chookshed. I'd imagine I would have been possibly maybe 12,
Wow.
10 to 12, something like that, or possibly 12 to 14, because then we moved out of that home in Preston. I don't know, it just felt like very natural. I didn't know, obviously, who Chagall was, but I found it a striking image, that it could be manipulated and twisted, and I remember it quite distinctively. And I kept that book quite privately, like it was my private book, possibly because it also had some nudie pictures in it. But that one particularly sort of struck me, and I just had an intuition that's kind of what I wanted to do.
Wow.
Never really left.
That's incredible. 12 years old.
Yeah, very young. I was sort of one of those people that are very fortunate that it sort of seemed that it was already there.
Great.
And that was also understood a little from my grandmother and my parents.
Sure.
I think because I invested already quite early a lot of time pictorially.
Fantastic, Paul.
Yeah.
Coming from an Italian family, I imagine your early exposures to Renaissance art would have come from seeing religious iconography around your home environment?
Yeah, Emilio, I think that would definitely be a part of it. We did grow up Catholic and went to a Catholic school. We weren't practicing at home, but the images obviously appeared, at family members' homes and so forth. But I wouldn't say that's the key that got me so into Renaissance art, because I wouldn't have been, unless I was unconscious of that, not conscious that seeing those images were part of my appreciation towards it, because I think that comes a bit later. I would possibly put that down to other experiences that happened later.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Other than the one of the Catholic image within the home context.
Right. Sure. Now, I understand your final high school years were completed at Caulfield Arts Complex. At this point, were you already set on pursuing traditional art, or were you still experimenting and trying to find your visual language?
Okay, so just to get that a bit clearer, I was not able to do HSC at the time, HSC art, in the school I was in Preston.
All right.
Yeah, so I was advised, because I wanted to, and not enough students in my year level, not enough, nobody, I should say, wanted to do art as a year 12 subject.
Right.
And so I had no choice, and luckily my art teacher was concerned about this, and she said, look, there is a night school that is offered in McLeod, and so I did that, which allowed me to build up the folio. And luckily, in between my HSC and university or college, I didn't do what do you call it, a TAFE or the TAFE years. I went directly. I got chosen off my folio from my HSC and went directly into Paran College of the Arts.
Okay, I see.
Is that clear on that question?
Right. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So okay, I see that. Now, during those years in Paran College of the Arts, were you focusing on traditional subject matter?
Okay, that's a good question. I think, as you do in your first year, I was a little experimental. I had never, because of the unfortunate art situation in my secondary school, I was never introduced to oil paints. So I'd gone into a little bit, I felt like a fish out of water, because all of a sudden I had students surrounding me that were mature aged. They had already come out of TAFE, and they just seemed far superior and far more worldly in a sense. And so initially, yes, I did. I played with construction other than painting, because I thought, geez, I'm put in a situation here, in a studio situation where we have tutorials and I have to actually produce something. I can't really paint yet. I can draw and so forth, but I should be making something a bit more substantial. So I started to play with construction, really, which I guess is sculptural, which is something that I've come to more recently. But yeah, luckily the peers around me eventually saw this and nurtured in friendship, which were and started to introduce me into the pictorial realm of painting.
Sure, fantastic.
Yeah.
And during your time in Paran, Paul, did your teachers notice talent from early on?
Look, I think the pure fact of being shortlisted and selected was enough to understand, okay, there was something there, and it needed to be nurtured. But it was a hard first year, also history-wise or the academic sort of side of it was quite daunting for me. In fact, halfway through the year, I considered leaving art school.
Oh, wow.
But again, the peers around me, said it's hard, but stick with it and you'll get comfortable.
Sure.
And so that's luckily that's the direction it took.
It's interesting that you mentioned the whole theory side of art school, because some students have this idea that going to art school is all practical and there is no theory subjects. And some art students do struggle when it comes to writing essays and studying art history. Was that something natural for you? Or did you struggle with your essay writing?
No, definite struggle. Definite struggle because I am dyslexic, and obviously that was a very difficult thing to present. An academic essay based on certain subjects, line versus form in Renaissance Florence.
Yes,
It was like I'd come from Preston, and my understanding was as far as the Preston market. So the contrast was quite huge.
Sure.
But in saying that, when you have a teacher that, again, supports and nurtures you, and they know that pictorially you can get there, luckily that happened to me, and I got a European teacher that came into the school after Paran, and I went from a failing student to like a H2 and H1 in history. But you're right, most art students struggle. Not all in the same bag, but most struggle with that. But I think I think times now are a little different with how you present essays and so forth.
Sure.
So,
now, upon graduating from Paran, in 1992, you transitioned directly into a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Painting at the Victorian College of the Arts. Why did you choose to attend the VCA as opposed to other university art schools?
Okay. So another thing we have to understand logistically, Paran closed down. It amalgamated with VCA.
Oh, I see. Right.
And so I'd done my first year at Paran, and then I was finishing my next two. But if we rewind, why did I choose Paran and VCA as my institution? Was not really a choice at the time. There weren't many other schools that I knew existed. And I had an interview at RMIT, Paran College of the Arts, and VCA.
Okay.
My first year.
Right.
VCA, when I turned up for my interview, I only saw dancers.
Okay.
And I thought, okay, I'm at the wrong place here, and I missed my interview.
Oh.
Okay. RMIT, I'll simply say they rejected me.
Okay.
And Paran, I got shortlisted immediately. And they asked to see my Year 12 folio, which got accepted into Top Arts at the time.
Sure.
And so when that was over, we did the shortlisted interview. At the time, I didn't know what shortlisting was, but they said you've been put into a small amount of people. They've got a greater chance to get in and do your degree.
Sure.
And so that, if that makes more clear the path and why I end up at VCA, which is also Melbourne Uni, I believe.
Sure, that's right. Yeah, correct. No, that makes sense, Paul. Fantastic. Yeah. What was your reaction to being accepted into the best art school in Victoria?
Look, I think my careers teacher in Year 12, when they sit you down and say, "Oh, what do you plan on doing?" And I said, "Okay, I'm choosing 3 art schools." And she said, "That's it? You're only going to choose art?" They didn't think it was a good idea, but I knew what I wanted to do, and I thought that was important. Stuck to my guns. So being accepted meant validation. So I don't think in the big picture it really means anything, to tell you the truth. But at those moments, it does mean something. And also growing up in a migrant family, they didn't really even know what Paran or VCA was.
Sure.
So it wasn't like, they held the feast day for the acceptance into VCA.
Sure. Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that, Paul, because, coming from an Italian family, and, seeing that there's, your parents' son wanted to go and study art, was that something that they thought highly of, or not really?
Look, again, very fortunate. My parent, my father was a taxidermist, so he had no way to go there. I don't think he wanted. They basically said, "Do what you love doing."
Oh, great!
So I was supported in that way. It wasn't a support where they sat me down and said, "Okay, this is the Renaissance," and gave me this education. They were just like, do what you think is best for you. So there, I can say they've always been very supportive
that's great.
in those choices.
Fantastic, Paul. Yeah. I understand you received little to no technical formation in drawing, painting and sculpture from the Victorian College of the Arts. In fact, you have mentioned that your real education began after graduation. Can you reminisce your days at the VCA and provide a recollection of what your time there was like?
Okay, so again, remember I did the first year at Paran, and there was much more basis on a technical thing about drawing, painting, how to prepare your materials. They even have they had a materials class. and that was much more structured in that way. If we want to call it academic, I don't know. So I was lucky to have that first year of that structure. When we amalgamated into VCA, we went from a small number of students to a far greater number of students. And what I noticed, even with my peers or my contemporaries, is that anyone who was more inclined to work in a traditional sort of manner in drawing or painting, sort of all of a sudden found themselves in a little bit of a desert, you know?
Yes.
There was no longer a kind of support structure based on those traditional methods or methodologies. There are a few lecturers, yes, but it was far and few. And what happened is it was you who had to choose that you would stick to that path, even though you started to feel that the grain was turning against you.
Sure.
That's my experience. Now, I can say again, my experience was also very positive in the sense that because of that, again, contemporaries and peers who had that sensitivity and that drive to work in those ways, created a little bonding group to, in a way, I guess, it's to protect each other, to continue to investigate and to look outside of the school. So, look, that was my experience. In the end, I sort of ran my studio like I run my studio today, but at art school.
Sure.
You know, the confrontations, they weren't ever intense, and maybe I can thank my heritage for being slightly hard-headed and sticking to my guns, because I knew what was good for me.
Sure.
Sorry, the mic.
That's fine. No worries. So that's interesting that you mentioned that, Paul.
Yeah.
Were you popular, would you say, in VCA, popular amongst the lecturers?
Look, I think there was a good respect with lecturers and so forth.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, like in any situation, you're inclined to go towards people that were more, inclined to come into your particular studio. You know, I was very, very young and naive, so
sure.
But quite ambitious. You know, I was, you know, I put on a very, very intense last year graduation format, hoping to get top marks, but sort of felt like a little bit ripped off. But that was okay. I sort of by that point started to understand what direction even that school was taking.
Sure, fantastic, great. Off the top of your head, are you able to remember any of the lecturers that you had in VCA?
Okay, yeah. We had Noel Hutchinson as one of my lecturers for art history.
Okay.
He's now passed on. At Caroline Miley, also as an art history teacher. She was very harsh towards somebody who wasn't academic. I'll put that out there. Made me sweat it. Then there was Angela Haas, who was phenomenal. Okay. European. Came in and just, her classes were just very heartfelt. Sure. Then in Neil Wallace, printmaking. Geez, I remember them all. He was fantastic because I did printmaking as a... Can't remember anyone in sculpture, and strangely I'm working on pretty large sculpture now. Sure. At Paran, I have to say, Michel Zuccolo was very young and was probably the most gripping when it came to drawing, and actually made me understand what drawing was. She was an important part, who I revisit years later and still today I'm friends with. Then there was head of painting at the time was Vic Masner. Okay. Then there was Philip Hunter, not with us anymore. He was also very strong towards understanding of colour theory and preparation, but also had a very strong abstract ideal, which was also very healthy for me. Merrin Earth was a lecturer from Paran and then into VCA. Then there was Norbert, but I never had him as a lecturer. But he was like a stable for VCA. Jan Murray was a lecturer in my year level, and John Dunkley Smith had just come in or was in there, but I had not much to do with him. And then he eventually, I think, became the dean.
I see, right.
Of the college.
Right.
There's plenty more, but I think that's a good number to remember, actually.
Sure, yeah, that's great.
From 1994 to, what are we now, 2023?
Yeah, well, it's interesting that you mentioned Norbert, because when I was there, Norbert was one of my lecturers. He's incredible.
I never had him as an actual lecturer, which is sad, but Angela Haas.
Yeah.
And I remember Angela Haas was actually curated the Dürer exhibition at the NGV.
Oh, wow.
And she knew how much I loved Dürer and gave me an invitation, and that was like,
that's fantastic. That's great.
To the opening night.
Sure. You mentioned Neil Wallace was one of your printmaking lecturers.
Yeah.
Did he have his art store, Neil Wallace Etching Supplies at that point?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've got that. I'm getting Neil Wallace from the store confused. There was another Neil in the printmaking of ECA.
Not Neil Wallace.
Not Neil Wallace, but I can't remember his surname.
Sure, no.
Because I only did it as a what do you call it?
Elective? Elective, yeah, sure.
Neil Armstrong?
Neil Armstrong?
Neil Armstrong, possibly.
Okay,
yeah.
Now, in 1995, the year after graduating from the Victorian College of the Arts, you began studying with the late South African war artist and art material specialist Edel Marcus. How did you come across Edel and his work initially?
Yeah, sorry, Emilio, I just correct. It's Edel Marcus.
Sorry, not Edel. Edel.
Yeah, Edel Marcus. Or Ed Marcus, as we knew him.
Ed Marcus.
And the question was, how did I encounter Ed?
Yes.
Look, Phil Hunter at the time from Paran College recommended Ed as somebody to learn about colour and colour theory. At the time he was also manufacturing oil paints, and again, I mentioned earlier, I had not yet been introduced to oil paint in high school.
Right.
So meeting Ed was very crucial, because it was like being a duck to water, in the sense that he immediately showed us the understanding of materials and using raw materials to make secondary materials.
Sure.
So from pure pigments into oils. So we jumped into, when you're slightly rebellious at art school and to go against the trend, we felt that these pigments were our weapons. Sure. Our weapons of contemporary destruction.
Yeah, right.
But they were truly amazing, because we were delving into the understanding of colour theory and theory in general. Sure. Which Ed or Edel Marcus related it back into history and psychology.
Oh, fantastic!
So it was a perfect equation for students interested. Many weren't interested.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I understand your course of study with Ed covered advanced colour theory and materials. Can you explain some of the exercises you completed with Ed and how this helped you?
Yeah, well, Ed would work off principles. I believe he studied after other colour theorists in the past, which at the moment I can't remember. But he would mention people like Munsell's colour theory and all that sort of things, and so he would start basically from your primaries and working into your secondaries and your tertiaries. But along the way, he would teach us that every pigment was individual and influenced every other pigment that was mixed with it. So, don't paint by numbers in that sense. And don't be fooled by the mercantile system where paints are titled with false names other than the name that they are technically, like Australian green gold,
Right.
or heavenly blue, or fish red. He said, come away from that, understand the technical names of your pigments. In a way, he was a chemist,
Right.
and he taught us as though we were chemists.
Sure.
So there was alchemy, the whole world of alchemy started to unfold.
Right.
Which, when we think technically and we think of, the Renaissance studio, that's where you were. There was no, at that point in time, there was no tubed
Right.
paint. It was not invented, so everything, and your understanding of earth pigments, inorganic and organic pigments,
Sure.
all had a system. The only thing that Ed did, he started relating it to a psychological sort of aspect on how these things influence your everyday life,
Sure.
the way you see.
Interesting. Yeah.
It's a lot more complex to how I'm, vaguely
Right. No.
describing
yeah.
it.
Sounds real conceptual the way he went about it.
Yeah, in fact, we used to call it this whenever we had tutorials and people were after something conceptual.
Sure.
We defended the works and said, this is our concept.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Your
So a lot of the
concept,
time, your concept was the mechanics of how you construct
Sure.
the picture.
Right, fantastic. Now, it's interesting because Ed is obviously no longer with us, but
No.
he has a small company line of art materials, and I understand it's not so well known here in Melbourne. Do you know anything about that at all, Paul?
I don't know if that's continued to, maybe it was supplying schools, but it got given to one of Ed's friends, I think, when he passed.
All right.
But Ed, back in the day, and it was ending when I knew Ed, he had, I think he was one of the first people to actually have an art shop in Melbourne.
Yeah, yeah.
And he had one up until the late 90s or maybe mid-90s, and that was in Hoddle Street.
Right, okay.
Yeah, Marcus Arts.
Marcus Arts.
Which a lot of people, generation before me, in fact, I once met Albert Tucker at Marcus Arts.
Oh, wow, there you go.
So there you go. And I was like, is that Albert Tucker? Does he buy at Marcus Art? And then said, yeah, he's one of the artists. Many artists,
Sure.
have from going back a few years now, have
Fantastic.
purchased from Marcus.
That's great. That's great. Now, in 1997, 2 years after completing your study with Ed, you travelled to southern Italy as you were invited to speak to a group of art students in a high school. Upon arriving to the high school, you were all struck by the ability the young students had in working with the fresco painting technique, a particular painting technique whereby pure alkaline-resistant colour pigments ground in water are applied to wet plaster. When the plaster dries, the painting is embedded into the surface of the wall. You are noted in stating, quote, I was supposed to be the big artist from Australia, the graduate from a prestigious school, but when I saw their work, I was blown away. Here were these kids, aged 13 and 14, producing amazing paintings in fresco. It made me reassess. I know nothing. I realized I had to come back and check this out. It's been my journey, unquote. This is quite incredible, having these young teenagers already understanding the fresco medium. Did you speak with their teacher to uncover the fresco process, or was your information attained from the students themselves?
Okay, so yep, that's pretty much what happened. I visited an art school in Catania, Sicily, and the average age of the student there was 13 to maybe 16, and I had graduated and was already out of art school for over a year. And I had met a good friend at the time who was teaching at this art school, and they had got me over to come and present myself as a graduate from Australia in the arts.
Right.
Yeah, and so when I was invited to their classes, one class was the professor, or and all the students, and they had raw materials like sand, this white substance which I didn't know what it was at the time, which was lime, and they were there making. At the time, I think they were just little studies.
Right.
But they were mixing the sand with the lime, and they were applying it, and I was just absolutely a little gobsmacked, because I said, "What are you doing?" And they looked at me and they said, "Oh, we're doing fresco," like it was, we're putting butter on our toast.
Okay, right.
And I was like, okay. And I thought, Jesus, okay, just be honest here. Yes, you've graduated, but and look, this could be partially my fault to a degree, because I didn't study what all the methods were. But you would often think that that's why you go to art school,
Right?
For somebody to teach you those things. And so, it was confronting, because they explained to me the process of fresco. I was completely fascinated. Obviously, something within me gelled to this process. And then it was also more of an embarrassing moment when somebody would say to you, well, like the Sistine Chapel.
Yeah.
That's the process.
Right.
And I was like, oh God, I can't believe I've stood in front of Giotto, Michelangelo, even Titian, Cimabue, the names go on and on who painted fresco, Filippo Lippi, bloody Piero della Francesca, just goes on and on and on. And I was standing in front of a process that I didn't understand how it was created.
Sure.
So what could I do? I realised it is also part of my heritage.
Sure.
So I would return to Australia, and I became the fresco kid in Australia.
That's fantastic, Paul. Amazing.
So I basically invested my time and energy into learning the process through books.
Right. Fantastic. Now, while in Italy, I understand you undertook independent research into the working methods of the European masters. Can you explain what this research involved? You mentioned books was some of the things that you would turn to.
Well, in the end, it was all visual and looking and discussions with contemporaries and friends.
Sure.
There was never anyone really sitting down telling you the process of Rubens. Again, we go back to Ed Marcus. If we would ask him those questions, he could answer them. Maybe not necessarily all of them were correct, but at least it was an answer.
Sure, fantastic.
And so especially when it came to colour, the idea of colour manipulation and so forth.
Fantastic, great. Now, once returning to Australia from Italy after receiving an introductory education in the fresco medium, you continued researching the fresco techniques of the old masters and received several fresco commissions for private Melbourne homes. So when you did come to Australia from Italy, after you had that introduction to the medium, did you encounter any artist that was able to help you?
Yes, I did. Yes, I came back to Australia, and obviously wanted to see if there was anybody teaching fresco within Melbourne.
Sure.
And I found at the time, I think I was in my 20s, and I found Sara Tomasetti.
Sara Tomasetti, okay.
That's right. And she was holding private classes. I had 1 or 2 classes with Sara, and then we parted ways. That's all I can say.
Okay, well, fair enough. Now, moving forward, 1999 saw you having your first solo exhibition at Carlton Fine Art Gallery in Melbourne. What do you recall about this experience of preparing, installing the exhibition, and the opening night? Were you overwhelmed, underwhelmed, or indifferent to the experience?
Oh, that was, geez, we are going far, far back in time, and that was quite a horrid experience, I must say, if we're going to be honest. Her name was Aviva Campbell.
Okay.
If
if you remember correctly.
Correctly, because we are going back. Anyway, John Percival was at my opening.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, she obviously had influence there,
Right.
and at the time, she seemed very colourful and enthusiastic, and I thought, okay, this is the new gallery world outside of art school. But it seemed a very awkward place for me. I didn't quite feel comfortable, but I thought I must go on. And in the end, that experience was a good learning curve. And they were some of the first pictures I ever sold.
That's great.
And having Percival at the exhibition I just didn't expect that. But there were little innuendos within that context that made me sort of go back into my shell. That little experience, I thought, okay, this is not quite. This art world is can be a little bit tricky, a little bit freaky.
Sure.
So yeah, but it was a learning curve.
Sure. And you mentioned that you had sold some paintings in that show. Was that your first experience of actually selling work?
Outside of doing private commissions, yes, within the context of an exhibition, because I'd never exhibited.
Sure.
I had organised a few exhibitions with some friends, group exhibitions.
Yeah.
Never successful in the financial aspect. Nice to have a party, but as far as that goes, so this felt for the first time, oh God, this can, and obviously within that gallery context, I think that gallery came from a different era, evolving into a new era of change, and they immediately made you feel like you were going to be a big star.
Sure. Yeah.
What I understood, that was the way of nurturing the artist, was saying you're going to be a star.
Sure. Fantastic. Now, Paul, just to backtrack for a moment.
Right.
Once you came back from Italy to Australia, you had received several commissions to paint frescoes in homes. Is that correct?
Yeah. When I got back, I eventually I got quite a large for that time. I think it was in '99. I got quite a large commission. 46 external frescoes.
46.
Yeah, they're only not too big, but they're still 46 numerous. And then an internal wall, which was not flat but had curvature, about 3 by 3, and an actual dome.
Oh wow!
The dome was not created in traditional fresco, but secco. So a dry technique, because it was already pre-existent. I couldn't intonico it.
Sure.
Whereas the others were all traditional. And I'm just going to jump in here, Emilio. I recently, only a couple of years ago, got invited back to that home after 20 years.
Wow.
Because their son was getting married and they needed, some of the frescoes had due to salt damage, had damaged. And they said, oh, could you come back and possibly for this wedding, can we fix them? And first of all, it cost the patrons more for the one than what it cost them for the 46, and which was nice. But secondly, or more importantly, they had survived externally for over 20 years.
That's great.
So the integrity of the process was proven to me for the first time, and I was flabbergasted.
Sure.
It was so nice. Nice to leave and come back.
Sure.
But a lot had happened in between, obviously, 20 years.
Sure. It's not everyone that can actually afford to have a fresco in their home painted. So I'm assuming some of your patrons back then must have been some pretty wealthy people.
Yeah, I think it was again an immigrant story of a successful businessman, and obviously the people that I've painted fresco for up until today don't really understand the process.
Sure.
So part of the the winning of the application is to actually educate the person what exactly they are getting. And to tell you the truth, it's a lot easier, obviously, to paint a mural than it is to paint a fresco, because a fresco is a laborious, painstaking, long process. But there is nothing like painting a fresco in my eyes. So it's the pinnacle.
Fantastic. Great. Yeah. When you were painting those initial frescoes, Paul, was your understanding of the technique, did you have it down pat, or were you still experimenting?
I can say that I was experimenting on the job.
Sure.
But the proof is in the pudding, and 20 years later they were
held up,
yeah. Look, I think I was very rigorous on trying to... Remember, I was only learning off textbooks. At this point, there was no one that was informing me.
Sure.
I couldn't afford to go to Florence Academy, couldn't afford to go anywhere other than buying Max Stirner or Ralph Mayer or any other book that I could find. At the time, the internet wasn't as expansive as it is, so you would find minimal information.
Right.
Right.
Great. Now, to supplement your income as an artist, I understand there was a time when you were hanging art at Bottaro Homestead to make ends meet. Have you had to have many jobs in various fields to support yourself over the years while focusing on developing your art practice?
That's an obvious one, Emilio. Yes, of course.
Sure.
I've had many jobs, from maintenance man at a school to teaching to buying and selling vehicles was one of them.
Okay.
To second-hand trade to the list goes on. Cleaning was one of them.
Oh, wow.
There's many things earlier on, and then they slowly got fine-tuned always towards something that involved the art. And yes, one of them was art installer, but not only at Bottaro, but at the Jewish Museum.
Sure.
For the city of Darebin, and worked for, at the time, Art by Noodleman, a hanging service.
Okay.
And that was, complete service of hanging works privately for galleries. At the time, Dickerson Gallery. Wherever there was work, we would hang.
Sure.
I even did deliveries of painting.
All right.
I had a vehicle which was a little suspect, but people knew me and knew I was trustworthy. And I even used to work at the Australian Art Fair a few years, delivering works that were sold directly to the client during the fair, during that weekend. So slowly zoning in, obviously, on the art world.
Yeah.
To get a get a foot in the door and exhibit and so forth.
Great. It's a very common story. A lot of artists.
Common story. Paint a night. I remember Phil Hunter said to me he would feel sick at the smell of house paint, because during the day he was a house painter, and of the evening he was painting, but the smell of the industrial paint made him sick, because I think it also not only was a physical thing, but it was also a mental thing, because in the end all you're doing is buying time so you can get on the canvas.
That's right. Buying studio time.
Buying studio time, which is very hard if you have to do it in the evening.
Sure.
But you chip away, and sometimes you just keep chipping away.
Right. Now, in 2001, you were commissioned to complete a fresco restoration at the Church of Chiesa Madre S. Giuseppe di Nesoria in Sicily. What an incredible opportunity. How did you receive this commission?
Yeah, that's Chiesa Madre.
Chiesa Madre.
I was fortunate enough that when I mentioned in the earlier part of the interview that I met an art teacher in Sicily who worked also in the field of fresco.
Right.
So she was very crucial to my understanding of fresco too. And she had worked with a particular artist in the past who was no longer alive, and she was asked to restore this section of the church.
Right.
And because she knew I'd come back to Australia and actually gone ahead with my fresco studies, she invited me back to be her help assistant.
Okay, right.
And so that was the connection.
Sure.
And that was like a little film, really, going into a little town in Sicily. It's the first time I was independent in Sicily too, and actually being paid. I remember being paid quite well for the time, more money to restore it than to even paint a fresco, and I just blew the money immediately.
Sure.
Visiting galleries in Europe.
Great.
But so it was an amazing experience. Very fortunate.
And a good way to spend the money. Good education.
Very good way to spend the money. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can you explain what the restoration of this church involved and how you worked with the assistants?
Yeah, well, I was the assistant in this case, and how I worked with Dolores Gardasanis. It's funny because when I met her, she understood the process of fresco in a very different way that I did, because she was nurtured within the field, whereas I was very academic. So we started hitting heads almost, because I was like, no, the ratio of sand and lime is like this.
Okay.
Because it's very textbook.
Yeah, right.
And she's like, just mix it.
Yeah.
But so it was quite nice, and at that point I was like feeling much more superior. And it basically involved the low level part of the fresco always jumps, because old walls don't have a irrigation system under them or anything so the wall will always try and reject what's on it and just push it off. So we had to try and waterproof as much as possible the bottom, and we actually got plasterers and had to teach them the ratios, which is different to solid plastering.
Right. And
they would apply the section, and we would restore that section, which was meant to be coherent with the existing work. So they, in this case, didn't want to show that it was a restoration. They wanted to hide it. Very political now, doing that sort of thing.
Okay.
And even me wanting to hide little symbols in there that I was, I was there.
Okay,
sort of thing.
right.
Like an extra tree, and I remember her getting upset. You need to follow the drawing.
Sure.
I said, nobody's going to know.
Mm-hmm.
But so
that's great. And what was your age about this time, Paul?
I would have been 22,
Wow.
I'd imagine.
What a great opportunity for a young man.
Yeah. I got right into. Look, I sort of didn't waste any time in the younger years. I didn't really go for the party scenario. I put my head down, and I loved what I do, as I do today. Continue.
So were you a disciplined young man?
Pretty much. I would say I was pretty disciplined towards the practice. I was very serious that if anything was interfering with the direction I was taking, that it had to go.
Wow.
Yeah.
I respect that. Very cool. Now, moving forward, your work features references to mythology, urban life, lost masterpieces, ancient tales, allegory and art history, as well as your interest in automobiles and motorcycles. All of these subjects are usually framed by contemporary settings such as the Yarra River and Mary Creek in Melbourne. Nothing is literal in your work. You like to allow room for imagination and interpretation. You also include visual riddles in your work, which links to the fascination with riddles during the Renaissance period. How do you go about developing ideas for your work?
Complex question, Emilio, and very broad. Yes, obviously we're in a studio now that is within the city of Darebin, which we have the Yarra outside our door. So I was very conscious in those early pictures to stake claim to your vicinity, your home, much the same way, again, they would do in Renaissance Italy. They would state that even if they were painting in Venice, they were from Pier di Cadore or so forth, with simple little clues within the picture. And also Melbourne in general, not just this area here.
Sure.
The language, the messages within the pictures, a lot of them are very personal to moments that are happening at time, and they're not necessarily for the viewer.
Okay.
And nor are they for the viewer to try and unravel, because it would be almost impossible unless they were told those things.
Sure.
But on a broader perspective, I always want the viewer to not be blocked by a narrative as such, but to read their own narrative, even if there is a narrative, and that can be contemporary.
Right.
And that can be a contemporary interpretation of a historical happening in the past,
Right.
reinvented in a contemporary context.
Sure.
Always remaining obviously true to the pictorial construction of a work,
Right.
and the plasticity of the work.
Yeah.
And you said, how do I come up with these things? I have to say, I am a person who works almost 98% intuitively.
Wow.
May not seem that way, but I normally, if there is something that grabs me or it appears visually, then I will go with that.
Sure.
And that's how all my major projects have been created. Obviously on a commission base that alters slightly, but I've been very fortunate that everyone that has commissioned me on a private base has let me do what I want.
That's great.
So a lot of artists have this suffocation feeling of the commission.
Yeah.
I normally am let to do what I want, and then I present the drawing. There is occasionally something that has to be changed, but very rarely.
Sure.
So
That's great.
Yeah.
Fantastic, Paul. Interesting. Now, working thematically is something you are against, as you have stated, quote, as a young artist, I used to go to exhibitions and think, it's strange how with every exhibition, the artist brings a body of work together on a theme, as if that's the thing to do. I have both consciously and subconsciously gone against that grain to create individual images, unquote. What is it about creating thematic works that disinterests you?
Okay, so maybe thematic could be slightly the incorrect word, but I know where you're going. We know the experience of going to an exhibition, and we see the one. Okay, let's call it a theme, or icon, maybe icon. I'm not sure what the correct terminology is for that, and pretty much within the context of the exhibition, we see the same icon or image repeated, but slightly altered for a different picture.
Right.
But we visit what we visited in the first picture, we revisit in the second, in the third. Sometimes they're even numbered in series.
That's right, yeah.
One blue pole, two blue pole, three blue pole. Now, this is obviously. And since I made that statement, we've there'd been it was a fair few years ago, and I understand it a bit more. This is obviously a commercial context, a mercantile sort of system.
Right.
Of if say Sam purchases number 1, then possibly Samantha, who sees number 1, also wants number 3.
Sure.
But it has to fit within the icon of that one, because then when we talk about it, it's like, well, I've got this one and I've got this one.
Yeah.
Mine may have blue, but mine's got red.
Sure.
But overall, we're painting. Now, that seems to have become a bit of a process for artists thinking that that's how they work out, you know, and I guess when we talk about, you know, Picasso and that and his blue period and his, you know, you can always fit it into those two. They're meant to be these periods. But these periods went for a long time, so it weren't just from exhibition to exhibition.
Right.
So in the end, I find it's very commercial.
Sure.
And so, you know, I'm not in the game for the commerciality of being a painter, or else I would be selling something that I could make a lot more money off.
Sure.
So you know, I've always been, if I'm going to paint a certain picture, I need to be taken on a journey individually by that picture, which is independent from the last picture, because I've already taken that journey. Now, yes, we can revisit the journey occasionally, and you know, my process, I said it like an American, my process or my method is what remains the same to a degree.
Right.
So that's that. But my image making is obviously completely, they're all different worlds.
Sure.
But they remain mine. In fact, it was very difficult because the first thing people said to me when I tried to exhibit was, "Oh, your work is not coherent."
Right.
Thank goodness it's not coherent.
Sure.
Yeah.
Great. Do you think your Sicilian heritage plays something part to do with the narratives in your work?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, more and more so. Look, again, going back to art school, when I was taught, and I was amongst people doing more, you know, abstract expressionism or whatever, or you know, narrative. Was push narrative away. You know what I mean? Why do you want narrative? Or it's not a record cover, or you know, why do you don't need to tell the story and so forth. And I tried that for a while, and I wasn't enjoying it. But to me, narrative is crucial. It's the language of you know, dialect. It's the story. You know, my grandmother, and living with her for 2 years, spoke in proverbs. Proverbs are narrative.
Yeah.
They are lessons of life. You know, caprichos, Goya's caprichos. I love narrative.
Sure.
And you know what? You don't necessarily, you know, yes, less is more sometimes within the narrative too.
Right.
Leave it open-ended for the viewer to create their own narrative as well.
Sure. Well said, Paul. Well said.
Thank you, Amelia.
You are inspired by the natural beauty and cultural richness of Sicily. In fact, you have a studio set up in Sicily and another here in Melbourne. Observing your subject matter, the Sicilian landscape is easily identifiable through references to the volcano on Mount Etna to the beautiful hillsides of the city of Enna. Each exhibition you've had over the past 15 years has included at least one major work based on Sicily. You have stated, quote, "Sicily has always been present in my work because it has been present in me," unquote. Do you find that travelling back and forth between Sicily and Melbourne creates disruption to your creative process, or do you find it benefits your work?
Okay, first, Sicily has always been represented, and I can almost say my first independent exhibition was called The Sicilian.
Sure.
At Intrude Gallery at the time, which is non-existent now, on Glenferrie Road, believe it or not.
Okay.
Yep. And so, yes, every exhibition in one way has represented Sicily up until 2016 at Flinders Lane Gallery, where I had an exhibition called simply Paintings from Sicily, which were my first works created off Australian shores and in Sicily and brought back.
Sure.
They were completed in this studio, but they were fundamentally created there from my exploration. Is it disruptive? Hell yeah, it's disruptive. How have I managed? I don't know. But it has forced me to be very resourceful, and it's also brought me to projects that I would never, ever fathom and experiences that are beyond an insular art world and go deep into the roots of your ancestry, like, you know, almost being a stolen child, or going back, you know, to Arnhem Land or something like that. You know, that's the only thing I can say. And so, you know, it is a period of adjustment. I had to leave a very comfortable studio. I had to break down my practice, which was doing absolutely fine. I had to break down contacts, but it was, I think, a necessary thing to do at the time. And like I said, even simple things like not entering prizes, having a break from the whole gallery system for 7 years, conscious sort of choices. I'm not sure if that's for one's sanity, but there are conscious choices to go deeper into why.
Okay.
And so, you know, I'm still in that process, but meantime, you know, I've been incredibly busy.
Sure.
Very, very busy outside of that world.
Right.
So worlds do exist. Parallel worlds exist outside of the insular gallery systems that you may think that's all you have.
Sure.
You've just got to tap into them.
Great. Now moving forward.
Okay.
Allegory is often used in your work where you adapt stories from the Bible and apply them to local areas such as Mary Creek, which is located around the corner from your studio in Melbourne. An example of your clever use of allegory is seen in your painting A Lion Doesn't Lose Sleep Over the Opinion of Sheep, which is based on a woodcut by the Renaissance artist Tiziano Vecellai and attributed to block cutter Niccolo Boldrini. The woodcut shows the biblical figure of Saint Jerome and his self-imposed exile in the wilderness to purify his soul. In your reimagination of the scene, you swap Saint Jerome for a man riding a motorbike along Mary Creek into a stormwater drain tunnel. This works as a metaphor for the individual's journey to face that which is unknown and unseen. The figure is surrounded by large lions who appear as guards to another world, a world which the motorbike rider is attempting to enter. Paintings like this are a nod to the Renaissance artists of the past. As you have stated, quote, "It's basically me stating the fact that they did the same thing. They really claimed their sense of place. If somebody lived in Florence but originally came from Umbria, they would put the mountains of Umbria in the setting," unquote. Your ability to substitute old world environments for contemporary settings is clever. What is the significance of using ordinary Melbourne environments in your painting?
Yeah, well, it's good because that question reiterates what we spoke a little earlier, and sort of ordinary subject in all ordinary spaces are reality. You know, that's what I grew up in. Like I can talk about Sicily in a romantic sense. Before now I'm, you know, before the fact that now I'm living in it, and but my reality was growing up in Preston, having a studio in Northcote, for the majority of my life today. So I guess that type of placement of object up against a composed Renaissance image works purely as either sometimes contradiction, but also the morphing of two worlds. Now, the difficulties in doing that and using reference to, you know, Renaissance works is that you can fail miserably.
Right.
You can completely, you can. I hope I'm not failing miserably within those pictures, because I think my sincerity comes through.
Sure.
And I can rely on that and technical prowess on the application.
Sure.
I'm not saying that everybody likes those pictures or everybody's meant to like those pictures. You can absolutely hate them, but they can still work in a context. They can still stop you and intrigue you and have these snippets, because in the end, it's what's in my mind that is on that canvas.
Sure.
So it's quite easily explained as those objects are they're my surroundings.
Sure.
And they mean as much as they may be mundane things within the context, they mean a lot more.
Sure. Well said. Well said. Appropriation of old master paintings is something you also engage with. You will sometimes reference the composition of an early painting and substitute the characters with family members and friends and feature them in a contemporary environment. This use of appropriation ultimately brings your practice into the postmodern sphere, which may seem to contradict your firm belief in tradition. Are you comfortable using postmodern motifs despite the pre-modernist processes used when creating your work?
These things become more and more complicated as the years go by with social media and artificial intelligence and all that thing. When we look at postmodernism is almost seeming like saying the metaphysics or something like this today. It's something becoming so extremely something of the past almost. If we want to place things into context, I don't particularly see my work as postmodern, but I can see how it can be put into that context because of those contradictions.
Sure.
And the appropriation sort of word. Look, I don't. In the end, whoever has to label or put into some form of context the work, that's up to them and their interpretation.
Sure.
In the end, I stand by the fact that my approach is based on my experience and the sincerity of my application.
Right.
So yeah, it doesn't bother me.
Sure. I understand beauty is a central theme for many of your works. In our contemporary times, there are conflicting ideas on beauty as it has become completely subjective. What kind of beauty are you essentially drawn to?
That's a good question too, because that's an ever-evolving subject on what is beauty. But I think, if we want to go with the romantic notion of beauty, then possibly there is a romantic-ness on my picture making. Look, again, mine is based on how I emotionally react to a work. And I can only put it down to an experience very recently in Milano, where there was an exhibition based on Titian. We looked at all these Titian paintings and we got to the end painting, which was the nymph. Now, there was something beyond beauty within that picture. It was almost so beautiful that it turned into another realm of beauty.
Okay.
Because it was, when beauty is, this is how I see it. You look at beauty, you register it, you regurgitate it, and you try and either mimic it, do justice to it, or place it on an object, or you play it in music, or you turn it into a picture. So that's my process, and obviously my interpretation of beauty is going to be completely different to somebody else's. Now, yes, we will have similarities if you appreciate similar beautiful things, or what you think is beautiful. So it's so subjective in that nature. One thing I can say again, going back to that experience, is that when I see beauty, even if it's a macabre image from a Goya or to a Botticelli, very different world, something emotionally happens to me, and that's the beauty that I want to create within my pictorial realm.
Sure.
Whether it's ugly or beautiful.
Sure.
Because it's beautiful in ugliness.
That's right. Good, Paul. Very good. Throughout your journey thus far, art critics have labelled you a contemporary art rebel. Do you agree with this title?
Well, who's a contemporary art rebel? I like it. Contemporary art rebel. I guess that's the relation to how can somebody in today's day and age continue to paint using processes that are from the past or historic, and so that's the rebel aspect of it. Look, I have to admit, I've always felt a little bit like a lone wolf. Right. The wolf in the sort of like looking from behind the tree and sort of like scuttling along, a bit of rebel action. That could be the Sicilian blood. Sure. Yeah, definitely for good, not for bad. Right. Not the mafia stereotypical rebel.
Right. Oh, in saying that, Paul.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Are you interested in contemporary art?
Look, again, when I emotionally react to any work other than, depending. It doesn't depend on what year it was created, if it was contemporary, if it wasn't contemporary. If I'm emotionally driven by it and it stops me and gets my attention, then I'm all for it. Sure. So I have to say, the majority makes me walk past, or I've seen this, or I don't feel it. A lot of people have that reaction to Renaissance art. Bloody hell, I've seen them. Maybe they're not looking as I'm not looking. I don't know. Right. But I do a hell of a lot of looking, and I've been to a hell of a lot of galleries in my time now. Sure. I've been extensively travelled, thanks to my art. So again, I just put it to sincerity. I stood in front of Rothko's, if we want to put that in contemporary, because even that now is probably not that contemporary. No, yeah. But in a away from figurative sort of work, and felt the emotion of those. Okay. But I've always had explanation marks to certain things like contemporary installation and so forth. They've given me different feelings other than those that I'm probably looking for. Right, that's interesting. Yeah. So you're not playing the traditional modernist game, Paul. It's really if a work of art touches you emotionally, then you'll feel drawn to it. Yeah. I will definitely give it the time, because I know somebody invested the time into putting it out there. But life's also too short to invest your time in something that you feel is not something that is going to enrich or reward you. Sure. I can stand in front of and I've been known to do this, for long periods of time in front of a section of a painting which is just a hand painted by a certain sort of artist, that within that 10 by 10 centimetre I can find everything contemporary within that. Wow. Does that make sense? Sure. I can dissect it that much, that within that is everything from, you know, all abstract expressionism to even, you know, even Anish Kapoor dragging oil on the floor,
Right.
because I'm thinking of the brush mark of that oil. So
Sure.
for me, it's in within that, you know, even 1 by 1 centimetre.
Sure. That's interesting. Now, being a traditional realist artist, have you received your fair share of criticism up to this point?
Look, criticism's good, and look, there've been critiques here and there, but nothing super harsh or anything like that. I don't think. I think we kind of live a little bit in a world where criticism is not really, it's kind of feared or not really used anymore.
Sure.
Sort of even constructive criticism. It's I think I got more critiqued in my first year at art school than I ever got critiqued again.
Wow.
So yeah, like I'm always happy for a good critique, as long as it's, you know, it's constructive, it's healthy, and you know, if you need to defend yourself, you can defend yourself.
Sure.
As long as you stand by your guns, sort of thing.
Have you had to defend yourself throughout your life?
Probably occasionally on the level of the contemporary context.
Sure.
You know, what are you doing that's contemporary? I'm like, well, I'm living in contemporary society. Is that not enough?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
In 2004, your portrait titled Tri-Portrait of Rick Moore, Allegory of Time Governed by Prudence, was the winner of the $10,000 Metro 5 award in the People's Choice category. I understand you were one of 23 finalists from the 400 entrants. The painting explores ideas of the studio and Rick Moore's commitment to his work. The painting shows Rick in 3 stages of his life: a child, a young man, and as an older gentleman in his 50s. I understand you had 4 sittings with Rick, and the painting took 4 months to complete. You have stated, quote, "This is a homage to Rick, showing him sticking to what he does as an artist for a lifetime. He was a painter as a youngster and is still doing it today as a professional. I would like to paint every day and live off my painting like Rick does." Unquote. You seem to have great respect for Rick, considering that you created this painting as a homage to him. Can you elaborate on your relationship with Rick throughout your life thus far?
Okay. Yeah, look, because of that portrait, I was fortunate to meet Rick, but I had met Rick at art school. And I remember him walking past the studio, and I didn't know who Rick was then.
Okay.
Until somebody told me. And I remember him looking at some of the works and just kind of giving a nod of approval.
Good.
Because obviously, you know, he's a painter, and he saw somebody younger painting. And then, yeah, years later, I thought it'd be nice, obviously, you know, because the well starts to dry. You're outside of art school. You no longer have access. You're in a different reality outside of art school, and you're in this quite a lonely sort of existence. And so characters like that have made a career out of being painters.
Sure.
You know, and if they are somebody that you admire, even pictorially, then I saw the picture as a means, obviously, to make some form of contact.
Okay.
And so I'm, you know, again, in the same vein in which I work with the composition, doing a bit of research and history, I found these images, and I found comic book images. I found images of his children, and one, you know, we joked at one point, sort of slightly stalkerish, but you know, I needed all that information, and the story goes like this. I was so keen to do this picture. I was really happy with the drawing. I sent the letter and the image to Rick, with Rick's address, I think at the time possibly with a phone number or something like that. and asked, if he would agree to sitting for the portrait for the later man in his 50s, probably 60s. But what I did is I painted the entire picture using a model for his body, and obviously the other works were from him earlier, but I left his head out.
Okay.
So when Rick finally agreed to coming to the studio, because he saw obviously somebody, he obviously felt there was a bit of feeling towards the picture. He visited and we had a discussion. He was really just a lovely person, and he said, "Okay, I don't like sitting. If you want to, I'll sit a little bit, but can you also take some photos?" And it was a standing pose. And I said, "Oh, Rick, look, just to make life easier." And on my easel facing the opposite way to where he was looking, I turned it around, and there was the completed picture with his missing head.
The missing head, yeah.
And so he said, "Well, I guess I have no choice." And I said, "That's right, Rick." And anyway, there grew a lovely relationship. He painted my portrait, and we went out painting with them a few times, and
Sure.
and on and off. Rick has been a support, just purely. Rick came to every exhibition I had, and I believe it wasn't based on. Oh, I'm Rick and I'm coming to your exhibition to validate, what you're doing. There was actually a language pictorially that is unsaid with painters that want to have that language, and speak to each other, and so sometimes it's why you're actually painting too. Like, not only are you communicating with past painters out of respect, but you're communicating with people, that are contemporary to you. So when they visit, there's either a nod or some little detail that is, I from your exhibition, this is what you've taught me. So, I don't know. That's the best way I can explain that relationship, and we've swapped a few works, and so that's and that it would be lovely if there was more of that. But there are a few Rick Amors. So
would you call Rick Amor your mentor?
I think I'm too old now to have a mentor. But definitely younger. Not so much a mentor that was present, but out of somebody who works painting. That's strong. Somebody who dedicate themselves to the two-dimensional surface.
Well, in the quote you mentioned that you want to be like him, paint every day and make a living off.
Well, that's painting. A mentor, I guess. Yeah. Oh, in that aspect, 100%. Like, who doesn't want to live doing what they love doing? Or, make a living off what they love doing.
Right.
In the end, it's the ultimate goal, right?
That's right. Correct. Moving forward. Now, Paul, something which separates your paintings from other contemporary realist paintings is the emphasis you place on your materials, techniques, and processes. You have stated, quote, "I'm very conscious that my method is what will make people look at my work as distinct and say, that is a Bottaro. Not because of imagery exclusively, but because of the way it's been produced," unquote. You further state, quote, "The reason why I grind my own pigments and prepare my own grounds is firstly because I want to know my practice to the point where it is dust in a jar. I want to turn the dust into what becomes a picture. I want to go back to the basics and bring it to a pinnacle of finish that I'm happy with," unquote. You work with pure hand-ground colour pigments that you mix with gesso, egg tempera, and linseed oil. Your studio contains no tube paint. All your pigments are in fritted form and raw matter. You use egg tempera first and then oil. As you've stated in the past, quote, "It's just the way I work," unquote. You proceed to apply one thin layer of glaze upon another, which results in a translucent paint film with great depth and luminosity. How did you initially uncover this way of working?
Oh, wow. Look, I think, I think if we go back to the old system of a Renaissance studio where you did have raw materials and they had to be transformed into malleable, applicable materials, that process alone influences how you're going to apply it on the canvas.
Sure.
So obviously if you've got paint that is pre-manufactured, made to fit in a tube and to squeeze it out, that's also going to influence the way you apply it.
Right.
So you're gonna start working more with opacity, with palette knives or so forth, because it's got a certain viscosity to it. Whereas if you're working with pure pigments, each pigment absorbs oil at a different rate, absorbs differently, and so some will have some will be very translucent, some will have much more body, and so they're going to influence the way you begin to apply them, because you can't just put it on thick, you have to build it up if you want it to be that way.
Sure.
Because that's the nature of that pigment. It's not like somebody's created it for you to be the consistency of, say, toothpaste,
right,
and you can apply and it holds.
Yeah.
You have to work for it. You have to say, okay, well, that pigment doesn't want to do that, so I'm not going to choose that. So in a way, again, going way back in our interview, I was like a duck to water and got to learn the characteristics of these pigments and the manipulation of them to the language that I wanted to speak. Because obviously I had peers, they never went to the extent where they made their own pigments like now I do, but they still use their, they would possibly use more wax than I would, because I needed it differently. So the recognition of my picture, so to speak, my pictorial vision is not based the fact that I have a certain image that I create, but it is the presence that the presence that the work has once it's on the wall, because of the method that it has been created.
Sure.
So a sensitive person will pick that up. Somebody who doesn't look for that sensitivity won't.
Sure.
So with anything, the more you look, or the more you do something, the better you become at it.
Right. It's based on layer after layer of sensitive transitions to come to a point where at that particular stage of my life that's my limit. That's as far as I can go. Okay.
That changes as years go on, because you see more or you reinterpret. Like recently, I visited paintings I hadn't seen for 20 years.
Okay.
I experienced a very different sensation to those, because those 20 years have been informative and they've changed my view. But what I gained 20 years ago and what I gained there, it's just as important, just a different stage.
Sure.
So sometimes I think, oh God, it's going to be terrible looking at a work that I did in the past. I can never go back to that work in the past, because I've moved forward, not necessarily for the better or the worse, but I've moved in a different direction. But I always have a really lovely feeling, because I realised at that time of what I had available to me. I always put 150%, if not 200.
Sure.
And that's enough to concrete the work.
Right. Sure. That's an interesting answer, Paul.
Yeah,
Sure.
quite complicated sometimes.
Oh, it's good. Great.
Yeah.
I understand you follow a 300-year-old recipe when preparing your gesso. The ingredients include pigment oxides, calcite, cold-pressed linseed oil, as well as rabbit skin glue as a binder. You usually apply 4 coats to your painting's substrate, which is either a wooden panel or raw linen canvas. This gesso recipe is modified to your own liking. Have you experimented with other gesso recipes over the years, and what has caused you to settle on this particular one?
Look, yeah, in the early years, I was playing with the application with a spatula. I was only putting it on actually hard surfaces because it was, it would dry brittle, and it was what was used for egg tempera. And I said, I need something with more elasticity. Then further reading led me to, the addition of stand oils or cold pressed linseeds to create that elasticity, applying the gesso very, very thinly, sanding each layer and applying again. Look, in the end, I came to a comfortable compromise on what worked for me, and it's always coloured gesso, very thinly applied.
Sure.
Sometimes it can be 2 to 4 coats. On board, I will get a bit more obsessive because I know I can cake it on a bit more, and so I would sometimes go up to even 8 because it just dries so quickly and it's very easy. Again, these processes, people would say to me in the past, even at art school, don't waste your time with process, make the artwork. Hard head, didn't listen to them. The process is what's given me a career.
Sure.
In the end, the preparation of a canvas for me, and I've said this possibly elsewhere, is like the meditation going towards the creation.
Right.
Putting these coloured grounds on layer by layer. It's the journey. Like it's
Sure.
the ground, the wall, the cave wall. They're the most important things. So, I take care in those. Now, somebody might say, well, you're getting too precious because then your image is going to be so precious. I said, in the end, once you've done it so many times, it's not precious.
Sure.
It's your studio practice. Yes, you need to operate your studio in a different manner.
Sure. Interesting. Historically, egg tempera paintings were created on rigid substrates such as wooden oak panels to prevent any flex in the paint film, which can cause the paint layer to crack. However, you choose to sometimes work on canvas with egg tempera and oil. Have you ever had any issues with cracking?
Okay, no, I've had no issues with cracking unless my ground was prepared incorrectly, and I did in the earlier years. Obviously, the resistance of my canvases are less to those of acrylic because acrylic is plastic,
right?
And sometimes you can actually punch it and go back to its form because it is plastic, and obviously. Mine is not going to have that elasticity. As far as longevity goes, proof is in the pudding. What do we stand in front of in Italy? Is paintings that were painted 100 to 200 years ago I wouldn't say they're in prime condition, but they are there and visual, and they are painted in these traditional methods.
Sure.
And so obviously my gesso changes according to my surface. So from wood or to linen, it'll change with the oil content, again, for the elasticity. My egg tempera to my oil paint is something I'm still doing today.
Sure.
I used to be a lot more tonal with my underpainting, but now I'm actually, or monochrome I should say, but now I'm actually tonally working with colour even in the underpainting. So the next show should be interesting because it's going to be even more intense.
Right, interesting.
Because they're already intense, but colour-wise, because they're pure pigments. Amazingly, sometimes these things don't reproduce well, which is also a nice thing. because the digital world can't cope with natural pigments. But when you actually look at natural pigments, they react differently to you emotionally.
Sure. So, Paul, with your working methods, would you say you're closer to a Florentine painting technique or Venetian painting technique?
It's a good question. Almost a combination of the two, because they flux and flow at the and it's changed. I was pushing to go more Venetian because I love Titian, but I struggle very much with the abandonment of form.
Right.
So yeah.
You're a bit of both, aren't you?
Yeah, well, a bit bastardised. Look at the world I'm living in.
Sure. Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, Paul, some painters tend to be secretive with their mediums and their painting process. Are you secretive?
No, not at all. I've always, in fact, let's rewind back to the interview when we mentioned Sara Tomasetti, contemporary artist in fresco, who seemed to be slightly secretive towards the process of fresco, which is 3,000 years old, and it sort of rubbed against me the wrong way. I've been 100% open with there's no secrets in materials. I don't know why there's this whole, you may do a few little things that you think, hold the key to greatness, but they're not secrets. Everything's been, and I had Alexi, the student here for several years, and opened up a world, condensed a world of process. What took me 20 years, condensed it for him in 2 years.
That's right.
So it shows what a difference those things make once somebody can give them to you.
Sure. You are generous with your information. I understand. You've got a few videos up on YouTube where you talk about preparing your gesso grounds and such.
Yeah. Look, I think in the end, again, it's based on the image. If somebody wants to follow the process and they think that they can rip you off or something like that, so be it. That's a form of flattery too. In the end, you can only be yourself, so nobody's going to mimic that.
Sure.
Unless you're AI. Joke.
I understand during your travels around the world, you try to source pigments from their natural habitats such as lapis lazuli and turquoise blues from Turkey and ochres and Titian reds from Sicily. Throughout your life, what has your experience been like attempting to source your own pigments? And nowadays, do you find it's more efficient to purchase your pigments from an art supplier?
Okay. As in, when you say purchase my pigments from an art supplier, you mean the actual pigment, the form?
The actual jars of pigment.
No, that's what I've always done.
When you were travelling, though, was there points where you were trying to source natural ochres?
No, not really, because they're full of impurities. You have to be a real chemist.
Sure.
I will grind if I find a colour on the coast or at the beach. Or here in Central Australia, I will grind and turn it into a pigment for my own enjoyment.
Sure.
But I wouldn't use it within a painting because there are so many impurities within that. So my pigments have always been purchased from art shops. But in those journeys, I've tried to find the art shop that is closing, like in Italy, that nobody's interested in pigments. And, it's like treasure hunting to some degree, because I remember in Naples I found one shop and I was just flabbergasted at what pigments they had, and of course I had to buy every one and constantly fighting with weight in the suitcase. But I have quite an extensive range of pigments, more than I need, because in the end, even Titian said that you only need mud to paint, to paint with. But it is nice to have them there. It's like a candy store. Sure.
Yeah. Paul, have you ever visited Zecchi in Florence?
I definitely have. I've got a big range of Zecchi. I've got probably about 40 of their pigments. Yeah.
Great. What was your opinion the first time you visited?
Look, I think there's a respect there. Initially, when you ask for a bit of pigment, they're like, another artist come here to do, a 2-week American course in Florence,
Right.
who thinks he's going to use pigment. Then all of a sudden, I'll spend probably 3 hours in the store.
Wow.
And fill the front desk up with 40, 50 pigment, and so I'll take those, thank you. and they think, okay, this guy's a little bit more serious than just
Sure.
a little playing. But you get to the end of some of these jars and you feel it, because you're sort of like, oh geez, I really got to know that pigment,
Right.
and it actually influenced. It got used throughout the whole exhibition or something like that. So it's Zeki's a lovely story. Dying, they're all dying.
Sure.
They're disappearing.
Sadly.
Yeah, look, there is a movement towards restoration. That's important. So it's more used by restorers, and there are a few academic schools. But what I find with the academic schools in Europe, and that they're more based on realist, as in the realist form, but not really delving deep into colour theory and so forth.
Yeah.
Whereas, Renaissance artists, like from El Greco to Rubens, to Titian, they were serious colour manipulators, if you want to call it that, or colour theorists.
Sure.
Yeah.
Paul, when you're dealing with powdered pigments, are you ever concerned about the toxicity of the pigments?
Look, normally they're supplies with warnings, and obviously today it's very difficult to find some amazing pigments that were toxic to human, and what may have made Vincent go crazy and so forth,
Sure.
which is the lead base within them. They're almost not available now, which is sad to some degree, but on a large scale, it must be hard to manufacture them. I'm very clean in the studio. I don't eat my paint. If I'm using anything toxic, I'm conscious of it, and I try and take best proportions. Not to say that definitely our practice today is much better than it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. The smell of terps in art school is non-existent. I was one of the last where you walked into the art school and the waft of mineral terps was greatly appreciated, but possibly created depression.
Sure. Now, Paul, with your pigments, it sounds like you experiment with various brands, or is there a particular brand that you tend to stick with?
Oh no, the pigment in the end is quite rudimentary, in the sense that it's not necessarily. Look, there are natural pigments which are earth, and they're a lot grittier and harder to grind, and then there are synthetics which have been developed to dissolve a lot quicker and so forth.
Sure.
Brand wise, like I love Crema, which is German.
Yeah.
Zeki have more earth-based and local materials. What else? I was buying pigment in Naples, an Italian name that I can't remember. So I don't really have a preference to the pigment. The pigment grinds in oil, and in the end is okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Great.
So there are different grains of grinding though, and you feel that when you're working it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Great. Now, there is definitely something deeply satisfying and romantic about preparing your own paints. Knowing that there are no extenders or fillers going into your paint, which is sometimes the case with manufactured tube oil paints, would fill you with confidence knowing that the best materials possible are being used in your paintings. However, the time it takes to prepare paint by hand may take from one's painting time. In the past, you have stated, quote, "It takes me about 4 weeks to make the basic materials before I even start working on a canvas," unquote. Do you think if you used manufactured tube oil paint, your productivity would be greater at this point in your life?
No, I think I've gone too far to go. It's like if you want me to put it in layman's term, it's like going from a Ferrari to a Fiat, why would I do that if I've got, it would destroy my whole process.
Sure.
Occasionally, I will buy whites and yellow, the toxic ones. I will sometimes look for, but they're almost non-existent. Naples yellows and so forth. So I will use them as a bodied paint, maybe a black or something like that if it's a Mars or a carbon. But there's I don't believe I save any time. I would probably struggle painting with other paint.
Wow.
Because I've got a whole system now that is related to my mark making.
Sure.
Egg tempera underneath builds up the body of my work.
Right.
The oil painting on top is the enjoyment of putting translucent colours over other colours to create those shifts in hue.
Sure.
So, obviously, in very simple terms, if I've got built up yellows, then I can come over with certain blues, and the range of blues are and then I can pick up my greens like that in the landscape just purely, whereas tube paint, it is what it is.
Right.
It's paint by numbers in the end.
Sure.
Harsh.
Sure. Indeed, the notion of artistic training and attention to detail in the creative process is something that is often absent in the conversation on today's art. You have explained, quote, "I think process is something that is really lacking in contemporary art. Today, too much is about image, not enough is about process," unquote. Contemporary artists who create work which is more instantaneous than labouring over a multi-layered painting are able to produce more work and in turn have regular exhibitions. Do you find that your output is limited due to the amount of time it takes to create your work?
Look, I think, again, that's subjective to how you work the studio. I think if you're functioning and in the motion, in the end, I think you can produce just as, maybe not as much as, say, what the factory Warhol would produce, of course. That's very different, and yes, I would talk to some contemporary artists and they would say, I've got an exhibition in a month, and I'd be like, I can't even prepare my gesso in them.
Sure.
So, yes, in that aspect, yes, but that whatever, you know what I mean? Like my pictures would cost more than theirs.
Sure.
So, that's how do you justify it financially, I guess. But it's true, if it's taken you triple the amount of time,
right.
if you can get that value put to it, then okay. But in saying that, there are people creating things a lot quicker than me and getting a lot more value as well.
Sure.
So it's all relative, isn't it?
Sure, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And when you are pricing your work, Paul, do you take into consideration the amount of preparation of pigments and time it's actually taking you to create that work?
Well, look, I try to. I believe my price structure, if we're going to talk about that, sort of went higher a lot quicker than a lot of people. Maybe now it's stabilized for a while, but it went purely because of that. The understanding that you're buying a product that is on the best stretcher, the best linen, handmade gesso. If we go to a top restaurant, we're aware that we're going to pay more. If we're buying a luxury vehicle, we know that that we're getting a lot more than a non-luxury vehicle.
Sure.
So I'm not saying that I'm creating luxury items, but the process in which I take, there is a lot more attention to the craftsmanship.
Absolutely.
So in a way, I guess I've got to look out for myself there too.
Sure.
But yeah, I definitely do create less. But in the body of things, I think I'm not prolific, or maybe in the body of things, I am quite prolific because I'm also quite dynamic now.
Sure.
From the painting to the sculpture.
That's
works.
right. Sure. Now, Paul, what is your opinion on drawing in silver point, and have you ever used this medium in the past?
Silver Point. I visited Silver Point in 1993 to be exact. Yeah, and I did a whole series of drawings based on Silver Point. I remember buying it from a non-existing art shop now and thinking, bloody hell, that's expensive. It probably was like $20, and I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
And then looking into, where can I get silver to make my own? I prepared paper, read the method, and I think it's a beautiful way to draw. I love the idea that silver is being deposited onto the paper. I guess it's, there's a sensitivity, but as far as cross-hatching goes, to tell you the truth, it's probably the most sensitive surface that, or tool that I've ever used.
Sure.
But I haven't revisited it for a long time.
Right. Would you like to?
Yeah, I would like to. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to draw.
Sure. Now,
it'd be lovely, but you do have to prepare a surface for that.
Of course. Yes. Yeah.
It's almost similar to a gesso.
Of course. Yeah. Now, gold leaf is also something which you incorporate into your paintings. How did you learn the process of gold leafing?
Gold leafing, in the end, where did I learn gold leafing? I think just trial and error. In the end, it's not rocket science, gold leafing. If you're to do the wet gilding, that's a different thing altogether, and that's mainly for framing and possibly was used earlier on.
Sure.
Today we're very spoiled where we can get gold leaf on transfer sheets.
Sure.
And we have a gold size that you apply, and then it's just a little bit of trial and error.
Right.
I would always do double gold leafing, so I wouldn't just do one layer. And I was very apprehensive about gold leaf because of the gold leaf revolution in the 70s, where it was used really badly.
Sure.
And so to reintroduce gold leaf in, especially that exhibition at James Making called Oro, meaning gold, also had, heavy religious sort of connotations based on how much religious painting has gold leaf in it.
Yeah.
So I wanted to, without being religious, go down the path of the idea of a material that was what's the word? A material that is not religious but spiritual.
Okay. Right.
And so to me, those worked. I was like, a lot of those early sort of medieval, even pre-medieval works pushed me away because of the gold.
Right.
And then I was like, hold on, why was this gold so intensely? And then I said, oh my God, there's something actually very spiritual, because if we look at it into context of even Buddhism and so forth, gold, in the end, it's a precious material.
Sure.
That it is brilliant.
Sure.
And so that was my we can call that my gold period.
Sure. Interesting. I understand Max Dorner's book, The Materials of the Artist and Their Use in Painting, has been instrumental in helping you understand the history and chemistry of fresco and egg tempera painting. Also, Ralph Mayer's The Artist's Handbook of Materials and Techniques has aided you in understanding some of the materials used by artists of the past. Have you kept these books close by throughout the course of your life?
Yeah, they're two books that were crucial, especially in my 30s. I did get them when I got a few of them when I was at art school, and then I got new copies and had several copies. They're with me, and they're always a reference. Actually, gold leafing, possibly obviously would have read in one of those books,
Sure.
the method, and it was good to have the two because you could compare the two because they were quite different, and they were recommended through, older artists
Right.
at art school,
Yeah.
and because that knowledge was pretty much non-existent at art school, we needed to access it through texts like that, and I found them very straightforward. The best thing about them was that they had recipes,
Right.
and then you could play on those recipes.
Sure.
It's not like you have to stick to one strict rule.
Right.
As long as it's not damaging the end result, then you can slightly alter those. So yes, they have been present and continue to be within my studio.
Sure. Great. Are there any other books on technique or materials that you would recommend?
They become all quite specific after that because that's their general Bibles, you could say, because they cover a lot. And then there are different books. Obviously now I have quite a large range of books on metalwork, sculpture and so forth. So they're the two that remain the bigger books.
Sure.
I have stumbled across other ones that I wish weren't in Italian. I've got them,
Right.
but I just can't get into them. The
Sure.
fresco technique that I adopted come from a mixture of Derner and Ralph.
Is that right?
So yes, but obviously we become a bit lazy now with books, and if we're looking for a technique, we
That's
get on
it,
the PC and
Exactly.
find it there. So I could highly recommend a book that Ed Marcus recommended, and that's more a book on history, and that's Elie4, the French writer,
Okay.
who wrote a series of history books based on the evolution of art, and I think it was called The Spirit of Forms.
Okay.
Really, really amazing. Non-linear perspective on art.
Sure. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
In regards to books, Paul, one book that I imagine would be on your bookshelf that you would have read or come across during your life was Cennini's Il Libro dell'Arte,
yeah,
the
sorry.
Craftsman's Handbook.
Yeah, sorry, I have got that. I have got that, of course.
Sure.
Yeah, definitely. Cennini White and, the... No, you're right. I do have that. And he actually goes one step more than those guys because he... they do mention him in the book too. But a lot of the materials, when they're describing Cennini's books, are actually really hard to understand because they're sort of like Italian, and you're like, oh no, he's Bologna, gesso di Bologna. And you'll go to an art shop here and go, I need gesso di Bologna, and they'll look at you and go and get a plate of pasta. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you're right. I do have that book translated. They don't translate fantastically well, but it's the same as, I guess, Vasari translated.
Exactly.
But we only know them translated, so that's fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Throughout your life, you've always worked in multiple media, from ink on paper, etchings, aquatints, lithographs and bronze sculpture, to egg tempera and oil painting, fresco and encaustic wax portraits. Do you find working across this number of media to be overwhelming? And how do you decide which idea will be executed in what medium?
Yeah, good question. Overwhelming, yes, sometimes. Because life is short and there's not enough time when there are so many amazing possibilities of making art, and you need to obviously invest time. You can't just pop them out.
Sure.
Investigation and so forth. And some of them you begin and then you have to abandon because they also need a certain setup and so forth. But at the same token, I need a break sometimes from what I'm doing, but that doesn't mean I need a break from the creative output.
Sure.
It just means I need a break from the method of which I'm creating it. And so eventually when they when I do those other ones, they actually feed into each other, and I find them quite important. And yes, there are artists that stay on the name, you know, they will only paint.
That's right, yeah.
And they call themselves a painter. In fact, my last exhibition, which I tried to have, which COVID sort of stopped, the title was called The Maker.
Right.
So I was sort of making a statement there that I make rather than, sort of I use the methods to make, whether it's painting or sculpture and yeah, so, but, I guess almost quite traditional too, painting, drawing, the printing press process.
Sure.
They're all historical sort of things.
Right.
But there are moments, that you sort of go, oh God, I'd love to produce a film. Or I'd love to, and you get to play even with a little bit like that with social media.
Right, that's true.
So little snippets like that would be, yeah. But I'm a very tactile person, and possibly because of my dyslexic ways, I need the hand-eye coordination, malleability,
Yes.
to create,
Right.
or communicate.
Sure. You also create graphic posters at times and have collaborated with Lancaster Press in the past. How do these graphic works fit into your practice? Because they are a little bit unusual, aren't they? When you look at your total body of work, and you do see these graphic works, they're almost like advertisements.
Yeah, they're very conscious they're very conscious decisions to understand what happened to art in Italy and how it became advertisement via the printed image.
Sure.
And how you can use that tool to make it an artwork as well. And, be on that borderline of advertisement, but still created in a very authentic, hand-printed manner.
Right.
So obviously it's good that you picked that up, because obviously in those posters, so to speak, advertising exhibitions, were based or inspired by that great movement of lithography of the 40s, 50s and 60s,
Sure.
of even the holiday posters,
Right.
which I find on a contemporary context understated and amazing in their ability to portray something, even a feeling, with limited block colours.
Right.
So I like the printing process because, again, it works in a reverse psychology when you're creating it, which informs also the way sometimes I would construct a picture.
Okay.
Yeah, in an underpainting, in a middle section, and almost, and so I was playing between the two. I think it's always played an important part of deconstructing a picture.
Sure.
And putting it back together.
Right.
Which in the end, when I look at a picture, I want to deconstruct it.
Right.
I have this natural, I want to go back to the source.
Sure.
Being the empty canvas behind us.
Sure. Interesting. And with some of those prints that you have created, you do reference artworks throughout history. I believe you referenced a Goya print in one of them, where you've got birds flying or bats flying behind you.
Yeah, the sleep of reason.
Sleep of reason creates nightmares. Yeah.
Look, they're playful sort of elements, acknowledgements to the print world too, those amazing caprichos.
Yes.
Personal reaction to those works, homage sort of things.
Sure.
So a little bit of mockery towards the artist's studio in those, not mockery, playfulness.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Interesting. Observing your body of work, your sense of composition is truly something to behold. You have stated, quote, "As much as I am a figurative painter, one of my main objectives in creating pictures is to never lose hold of the abstract ideal. Space, form, colour and light," unquote. I understand you use the golden mean and the Fibonacci sequence when composing your artworks. Can you explain more about this abstract ideal and how the golden mean and Fibonacci sequence are implemented into your compositions?
Yeah. Well, I was introduced to the rule of thirds for the first time when Rick Amor had visited my studio on High Street, Northcote, many moons ago. And he noted straight away pictorially that sections of my pictures would drop out.
Sure.
If that made sense.
Sure.
I would have an okay bit of composition, but I was not composing them. And so areas would just go flat or purely just lose them, and I couldn't complete them.
Okay.
Because I couldn't pick them up. Sorry, I'm using physical terms for something that's two-dimensional. But and so he did a simple diagram back then of the rule of thirds, and I thought, geez, if that's coming from Rick, obviously I've been looking at colour and materials and this and that, but I've not yet thought of composition.
Right.
And at the time, I was listening to a hell of a lot of, classical music, which is composed amazingly.
Sure.
And I thought, you know what? I'll delve deeper and slightly obsessive. I went from the rule of thirds to Fibonacci to double Fibonacci's and to the rule of thirds superimposed over Fibonacci's. And so I thought, you know what? Again, the unseen is just as important as the seen.
Okay.
And so as soon as I started using it, I found the works to become slightly more dynamic.
Okay, right.
And contained within the square. And I thought, if I'm a painter, I'm not necessarily wanting to go outside of the picture, but I want to be inside the picture.
Sure.
And so I was always painting outside, but I was also coming from a little bit of a external experience where I was painting those frescoes that were not within a framework. So you could easily fall out.
Sure.
And so I said, okay, I've got to be conscious of the window idea, either looking out of the window or the objects coming out at me. And so there began the investigation. The Fibonacci thing was developed, obviously looking at some great masterful paintings, that use the sequence in some form, or even other geometric things that in the end they were like they kept me within the picture.
Sure.
They kept me within the picture, almost like looking at a fractal, infinite space. I was in there, and then they decided when I left it.
Right.
Either through the glance of a set of eyes, I would leave, but as soon as I came out, I'm back in again.
Sure.
So I thought, that's how nice would that be to manipulate your viewer?
Right. Right.
Keep them within the picture.
Sure.
So that was it. And up until today, I've relaxed a bit on the Fibonacci for a while, but I am heavily using the rule of thirds.
Great.
Yeah,
Great.
which is in the end, it's very simple.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah. And it's no secret.
No. Now, coming back to materials for a moment, Paul, marble is a common medium used in Renaissance sculpture. Have you ever considered using it?
Of course, I've considered using it. I almost last year did the stupid thing of buying a block of it and thought, oh God, where do you keep it, first of all? Stone is entering my life probably at too much of a late stage.
Okay.
Because it's physically demanding.
Right.
Even though, Michelangelo was still chopping away at the age of probably 70 or 80, the mad man. but it is so rewarding. So look, fingers crossed. There is there is a little bit of hope on working in marble towards a project in Sicily.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, but it's very, very sort of, yeah. So, but have I ever used it? No. Stone? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Are you aware of suppliers in Australia where you could actually get Carrara marble from?
I'm not aware of any. I'm sure you can, and you pay a premium.
Sure.
But if I'm going to do any stone sculpting, it'll be in Sicily.
In Sicily. And your
I have all my tools there.
Sure. Your access to marble will actually be a lot easier there.
Yeah. I get access within probably the same day.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great. It's convenient.
Yeah.
Sure.
It is the land of stone.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, moving forward, your entry for the Archibald Prize in 2008, titled The Archibald Self-Portrait, was quite unique. The painting features a hall where many paintings of previous winners of the Archibald, right back to 1921, were hung. You emulated the painting styles of each artist featured, and you are included at the bottom of the composition painting a self-portrait. You have stated, quote, "I guess you have the burden of over 50 past winners on your shoulders when you enter the Archibald Prize, so the figure is quite small in comparison to the huge hall. The pressure of so many winning pictures is something probably every artist feels," unquote. You arrange each painting within the composition according to the history of the prize, the impact that the painting and the artist has had on your own work, and how the paintings relate in the context of art history. I understand achieving unity in the painting was something you struggled with, and you had to paint out and repaint many areas in the painting. The painting took 6 months of continuous work to complete, and as you have stated, quote, "It was a headache, I have to admit," unquote. Can you provide more insight into your experiences in resolving this particular painting?
Oh, look, yeah, it's a while back now, that painting, and it was a very conscious decision to paint it to be hung, because you got to be quite lucky to be hung, and so obviously I was playing some form of a game, at the same time trying to hold some form of integrity to what I was creating.
Sure.
That had never been sort of created before.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I represent probably about 80 past winners. At the time there were 90.
Wow.
So can I swear on this? No, I can't, because I was going to say it was a head. No, look, it was, in the end, I just had to become quite methodical, and I worked. It was a large canvas. I think I went to the maximum scale that they allowed.
Sure.
Because that was also part of the statement.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, again, it was in the realms of what I was working with, in the sense of using a composition from the past.
Right.
It becomes from the smaller works that are found, I think, in the Metropolitan Museum.
Yes.
And the most difficult thing was obviously, collating the information.
Sure.
And then placing them next to each other, because in a way it was like a quilt.
That's right.
Yeah. But having such a range of out there pictures within the one and making it work coherently was the challenge, I realised.
Sure.
So again, there, I guess the understanding of colour and that, even though I had to mimic so many different, in a very small scale, mimic so many different styles, which was quite interesting. Some that I didn't really want to do,
sure,
I didn't enjoy, and I was like, why am I dedicating this time to this?
Uh-huh.
And others I enjoyed a lot more, but I put everything down and focused purely on that, because I had the time limit, and I said, if this is going to be the one that I'm going to do, I'll dedicate it and I'll prove that it'll get in.
Sure.
And so that's the process that it took.
Interesting.
So yeah, just purely based on its scale, I think it was, and there was a lot of area to cover.
Right. Yeah.
Once I pulled it together, obviously you've got to pull in a light source too in an imaginary world.
Sure.
So
that's tricky, conceptualizing a light source.
Oh yeah, and sort of like But in the end, I think it worked. I have not seen that picture since. Like, it went to a collector, and
sure,
it'd be interesting to see it.
Congratulations, it's an amazing painting.
Oh, thank you, Amelia.
In 2011, you were commissioned to create an artwork located in the entrance of Essendon Airport Terminal, which takes the form of a large egg tempera and oil painting titled Pactolus. The painting depicts the front of the National Gallery of Victoria on St Kilda Road, which forms the backdrop of a multi-figure composition that shows the Epirian king, King Midias, turning his daughter to gold. This painting is created using your signature meticulous process of egg tempera and oil on prepared canvas. The painting exemplifies your ability to juxtapose mythological tales with contemporary settings in your hometown of Melbourne. Can you provide some insight into the process of researching and creating this particular painting, particularly focusing on the process used through egg tempera, oil, and gold leaf?
Okay. Now, look, the iconography of the picture is broken down like this. We have the iconography in the sense of, the figures used come from, one thing I always do is, if there is a composition I want to use, it's got to be either something that has not yet been created, but the design exists and has been turned into an oil painting, or something that has been destroyed by a fire, and normally the picture has some form of homage as well, combination of things, and then a placement, which in that case is the NGV. Now, the image of the figure group in the foreground with the tree comes from a crucifixion deposition from Michelangelo drawing, which was never realised as a painting.
Sure.
And really, it was just a sketch. So I took that and obviously removed. If you look at the image and think of the golden figure, the female, she is Christ.
Right.
But I've morphed that composition into a mythological story. So the combination of religion and myth, sort of plays an important role there.
Sure.
And turning the crucifix into a tree, also symbolic because that's where it comes from.
Right.
Now, the ladders within the picture work geometrically, and they're in there based on the rule of thirds, I think, in this particular one. But the NGV water wall is created using 2 inverted Fibonacci's.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so they go internally, and the figure group is right in the middle of that.
That's interesting.
So a little bit out there, and but just purely, and I've got drawings of just the geometry.
Yeah. Just
purely that allows me into such a large canvas.
Sure.
Now, today, if somebody's painting a mural or something, they put a big head here, they put a couple of banana leaves there, and that's how they create their composition. I'm sort of more about, again, the X-ray vision of a picture.
Sure.
Dissecting it. Yeah. So in a nutshell, that is that. Now, the process, the egg tempera to the oil paint to the gold leaf, is all pretty much what we've explained, I imagine.
Sure.
We've spoken about that process. The only thing I have not said is when I do the egg tempera underpainting, which once was very tonal, almost like drawing, but drawing with paint, now has become more colour-based.
Sure.
So if I want so to speak. How can I put it? If I want a brown without using brown, I would put a purple in egg tempera and then glaze over in a green, which will make it brown immediately.
Right.
So I'm creating that value using colour, not using an existing colour.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, playing with those sort of things.
Sure.
You know, these things happen on very small scales. On this, again, in this, whenever this bloody exhibition comes to Australia, hopefully that comes through.
Right.
And so, yeah, that process. The only thing I remember about Pactolus as well is that I used a very, very heavy gauge linen.
Yes, yeah.
Which was crazy because the amount of paint that I applied was double.
Wow.
Because and I called it, in the end I said it's like going full driving.
Very textured canvas.
Yeah. But I still painted very tightly on it.
Sure.
It was a conscious decision to use textured canvas or linen to beat me out of being so meticulous, so detailed.
Yeah.
Whereas I still zoom in. It's my nature.
Sure.
Slightly, I don't know if you want to call it manic or... Yeah.
Paul, how long in total did you spend working on that particular canvas?
Oh, that's hard there because, I don't work on one picture at the same time, so it's very hard to know. But I averaged it out years ago that you're working probably minimum 2 months.
Wow, that's incredible.
Because you'd break them up. You'd say, how many pictures do you have in a year? For an exhibition or 2 years, you'd have a range of 12 to 15 works, maybe up to 20, and you'd break it up to 2 to 3 months each work.
That's fantastic.
So
that was featured in the 2012 Melbourne Art Fair, was it, Paul?
I can't recall the year, but it was featured, and I think it was given one of the best 10 works.
Yes.
Yeah, did you?
I recall seeing it. I was, of course, I was very proud of that. Yeah. Incredible.
But I never sold that work until recent, believe it or not. But I kept it near me.
Fantastic, Paul.
Yeah,
it's really an incredible canvas.
Oh,
especially the gold over the black. It works so great.
Yeah, that's another thing. Working with pure pigment, I started working with framing the pictures with pure carbon black to really offset the pictures. And then because I would never use black within the mixing of my paint.
Sure. Of course, that's a common understanding, never to use black. Now, Paul, can I ask the significance of using the NGV as the backdrop?
Yeah.
So how does that connect to the painting?
Look, I think it just connects, like, you go to art school, the NGV's there, it's always present. It's the mecca if you're, like within the context of your art world. We all hope one day we'll be in there or something, that those hopes might fade or maybe no longer have those hopes. In the end, it was a tool because it worked with the Fibonacci and it was a perfect... I love that architecture, to tell you the truth.
Sure.
I think personally the building got a bit bastardized when the Italian, is it Bellini or whatever, went in and did his rejig of the place. And so it made sense in the context because the water wall represented the river Pactolus.
Yes.
So it was also a play with that. And when you wash yourself in the river Pactolus, you are washed of your impurities. So it's almost like when you eventually get into the NGV, your impurities are washed. The art world is impurities are washed. That's so, it's a bit of a
It's clever.
It's clever.
Sure.
Clever or strange, I don't know.
Now, moving forward.
Yes.
In 2017, you were commissioned to create a fresco in the State Room at the Australian Event Centre in Essendon Fields, which is titled Udepata, the Gathering Place. The fresco depicts Ellery Creek Big Hole, which is one of the main water holes in the West Macdonnell Ranges in Central Australia. The Aboriginal name for the waterhole is Udepata, and as a permanent source of water, it is an important place for the Araranta people. Many visitors travel there to swim in its cool waters. I understand you chose to use contemporary-looking figures who are surrounded by an ancient landscape. You cite the Aboriginal artist Albert Namatjira as a source of inspiration for this subject matter, as he often depicted the West MacDonnell Ranges in his paintings. The particular fresco technique that was used to create this work was the laborious and unforgiving buon fresco, or true fresco technique, and stands 4 meters tall and over 3 meters wide. I understand the fresco took 6 months to complete. Can you explain how you were able to receive the commission from the Australian Event Centre?
Yeah, that's all correct. It's Namatjira country. And it's Udapata, Ellery Creek Waterhole, which I travelled to prior, to get information and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
How did I get the commission? Possibly I put in a way, I think it was on tender. There was a few people who were asked to create something for it.
Mm-hmm.
And I offered something that was very different, even though I believe the people funding the project didn't quite know what the process was.
Right.
I was actually in Italy at the time, and so I did put something together. I didn't have a subject matter. I just put together. The subject matter came when afterwards.
Sure.
So they put trust in me. Obviously, I had previously known the patron or previously worked for the patron, and so trust was there. And one of those things that place, timing was right for me. I'd waited for a wall like that for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a good lesson of sticking to your guns. Sure. Because they actually architecturally built me a wall for the fresco.
That's right. Yeah.
So obviously you feel special. You know what I mean? It's where you're not getting accolades in other parts. They'll come if you nurture what you're true to. I stuck by fresco for years, and it came through. Like it may be the only big one I do. We're not living in political. We're not living in political Mexico where frescoes are needed and so forth, because it's quite a. But in that particular place, it was needed, and today it stands strong as a piece, and it's 5 by 4.
Mm-hmm.
The two figures, contemporary figures, in the context of Ellery Creek or Udapata.
Mm-hmm.
Indirectly, I never tell people. It's kind of an expulsion.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and within the hill, within the rock formation, is Namatjira within there. Nobody really knows that, but
is that hidden, right?
Yeah, hidden in the rocks is his portrait.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. That's interesting.
Yeah. So, they're personal insights.
Sure.
So, it can be looked at as a romantic piece.
Right.
But it can be looked at, as an expulsion.
Right.
So, it was an amazing experience to visit that part of Australia for me, because at that point I was moving over to Sicily, and they paid for my ticket to come back. And because I was a bit pig-headed, I said, "Oh no, I'm not coming. Immediately. I've got things to do here." and yeah, they knew how to. In the end, they know how to get you. So
Sure.
when somebody's flying you over and off, and then they were amazing. They've been amazing.
Sure.
They've been very, very. Well, I say they. In the end, I'm talking about the one.
Sure. Absolutely.
So I was also very fortunate. The person who created the link was a friend of mine, Dragan, who makes stretchers.
Okay.
And you'll probably get to it with 333 Collins, the painting.
Yeah, sure.
Because of that connection where he knew me and he knew the patron, he was able to connect us.
Right.
And in the end, I always try and make a work emotional.
Of course.
And I think because in the end, all I'm trying to do is override the monetary value of a work.
Right.
Which is one of the hardest things of my career, saying this ain't about money.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Sure.
this is about the heart.
Sure. Well said, Paul. Now, you did visit Eolo Creek Big Hole in Central Australia.
Yes.
How did you undertake your research? Were you taking a lot of photographs? Were you speaking to the native people of the land?
Yeah, definitely not speaking to the native people. I would have loved to, and I was like, oh no, really? I went to Hermansburg and I did speak to a few people there, and I tried to follow Namatjira Trail and had a beautiful experience actually. I went to his house.
Oh, lovely.
Which is, I wouldn't call it much of a house, it's like a shed.
Yeah, sure.
And a funny thing happened, this is a true story. When I went to the house, I said, and this is my own personal thing, I said in my mind, a little prayer, if you want to call it a prayer, or I said I need permission to paint your country. Yeah. And I've got a photo of this, and a rainbow appeared above Namatjira's house. And I said, that's it, I'm in.
That's a sign.
Yeah. Be it what it is, you know what I mean? So, and I came back very, very, I got a lot of information. I did all the walks, I went out there, and at the time I didn't do sketching on site and that because I didn't have time.
Sure.
And
so photographs were used?
I had an iPad and just went absolutely nuts.
Sure.
But I didn't want to get too much information because I never do that. I get what I need and I stop and absorb. In an ideal world, I'll stop and draw. We're not in that ideal world. We're on the plane. We've got to get back to the plane.
Sure. So how long were you there for?
I was there all up for 7 days, I think.
Okay, that's
and I had a loop. Did an extensive loop. So they had organised a car and accommodation, and I got lost and they couldn't contact me. I thought we killed the artist. So
now I understand you had former studio assistant and apprentice Alexei Boras and plasterer Philip McGeary helping you with the fresco. You created the fresco using the traditional process, Trulisatio first, Aricchio second, transferring the cartoon third, Intonaco fourth, and then beginning the painting. Did you add pozzolana or volcanic ash to the plaster?
No, in this case I didn't. You use what's readily available to you in fresco. Yes, Alexei Boris and Phil. Fresco is a team effort.
Yep.
Without those guys, no fresco, no deal. Like there is an overall, controller of the image and so forth. But the beauty of fresco is because there's one method to its application that has to be followed. People can work on it as a team. If they remove their ego in that sense.
Sure.
So like I said, I couldn't have done it without Phil. Was an amazing solid plasterer. It's very laborious, and so you don't want to be applying you don't want to be implying intonaco and then having to paint a 12-hour day.
Right.
Because, you know, I had 12-hour days, and they would know because he would come at 6:30 in the morning, 7. He would apply the giornata.
Yeah.
Alexi obviously was also working and had school and could be there when he could be there, and we'd alternate that. And he would be with me, say, a normal working hour day. So I would start it after the intonica was laid. Alexi would come in probably around 9:30, 10. I was already there working. He would work with me up until that stage and sometimes give me a break and go in himself because I trusted him. And then he would go and I would continue through to the night, and I was sleeping at the time. Eventually I moved into the hotel.
Wow.
so I needed that access.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So that's a very small piece if we put it in comparison to what we see, you know, if we talk about Michelangelo and that, and you can imagine the intensity of what was going on there.
Sure.
So, yeah, superhumans.
Interesting.
Different times.
How did you come across Phil to be your actual plasterer for the fresco?
Recommended to me on a domestic job.
Is that right?
Yeah, and when I think at the time I was doing a workshop in fresco in this very building, and it was downstairs, and when he saw the lime, and when I told him I make my own lime putty, because I make all my own materials for fresco too, it's crazy. Well, you can't find it, so you have to make it. He said how passionate he was on solid plastering, how he'd done research on fresco, and I promised him that one day we would work together.
Okay.
It took a while.
Yeah.
And I just called him. I said, Phil, that day has come. I said, they're building us a wall.
Wow.
And, it was, saying us, there was always us in that project.
Sure.
Yeah, so.
That's great. Did you transfer the cartoon by incising the lines onto the plaster, or did you use spolvero?
No, I used, transfer. Not spolvero. On a large scale, spolvero works well because you've got, greater area in between each dot.
Sure.
But I also like when light reflects upon the fresco surface that is crystalline and you've got a slight incision, it almost turns it sculptural.
So you actually inscribed the cartoon into the intonaco.
I would trace it. We did, me and Alexi created a monochrome cartoon, they're called. Yeah. Rather than doing it on paper, we did it on canvas, which then became artworks onto themselves, tonal artworks. And then I traced off that, and then we transferred onto the wet lime.
Sure.
Very, very laborious,
of course,
systematic, insane process.
Sure. Now, why did you choose to use acrylic paint to transfer the cartoon rather than powdered pigments?
There's always a bit of room for modernity. I just thought, holy crap, I'm going to pounce all these holes. And I thought, acrylic, it's getting covered by lime. It's not going to affect it. And at the time I had Alexi as the apprentice there, and he had to punch every hole with a nail. And so it was quite beautiful when I said, sorry, we're going to stick it on and we can use this spray. And it's just a great... Look, in the end, it's... Again, that had the rule of thirds in it as well. And in the end, it was a good way... Well, it's the way that you can see that you're scaling up works within the piece, because you're working blindly with fresco.
Yeah, sure.
You're completely blind.
Sure.
So
for viewers, some might not actually be aware of what the spolvero is. So basically what you've got, once you've got your cartoon, you go ahead and place little pricks or little dots along the line work. Perforate them, and then you hang the actual cartoon on top of the intonaco. And then you start pouncing with a sack with powdered pigment.
That's right.
And then the powder actually seeps through the hole and leaves a little mark on the wall so you can see your
dot to dot,
outline.
basically.
Dot to dot.
Yeah, yeah. That's the most traditional way of transfer. Incision's another way, and whatever works. Like I said, on a tighter work, it's better to use incision because, when we're talking on a large scale like Michelangelo, where the eye was the size of half a body, then dot to dot works perfectly well.
Sure, interesting. Sure. Now, how much area could you cover in one giornata?
Well, the first one I was very enthusiastic. I did a bloody massive area, and I said, no, too much. Look, I think it's up to the individual and how much detail you want to put into it and how much you want to resolve it. In the end, for me, with fresco, the picture throws you off when you're ready, and you have to keep working it until that time comes. It's easy to give up because it's very tiring, but I reckon a limit is a metre by a metre.
A metre by a metre in a day.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Give and take, dead area and busy area.
Sure.
Busy area, cut it shorter.
Right.
Sort of like, obviously if you're going to have a very busy area, so, you could do those 2 figures in a day if you really want to. In fact, I think that's what I did.
Sure.
The 2 figures, which pretty give and take, maybe a bit under a metre by a metre, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, Paul, some of the viewers might not know actually what a giornata is. Do you mind explaining exactly what it is in regards to fresco painting?
Giornata means day, and it's the day in which you execute that particular section of fresco, which is painted on wet lime at a 3-to-1 ratio of lime and sand, 1 being the lime, 3 being the sand, which is applied on a saturated surface that has been pre-prepared with several other layers, and that giornata, being day, is completed and will not be touched after. You have, depending on how thick you do your bottom layers, you have 13 to 22 hours, depending on how thick.
Sure.
You don't want to be there for 22 hours because you're going to... Look, maximum I was on there was maybe 12 in some sections.
Right.
And then that was,
Sure. Paul, could I ask, once you finish one giornata and you begin the next, there's a line where the actual line finishes.
The incision.
The incision.
Oh, sorry.
Do you have to disguise that gap where one giornata begins, and the other one starts?
You obviously have to be conscious on where those joins are. This has to be all preconceived ideas or methods. So you're not going to do a giornata that cuts a face in half or cut a sunset in half. So, you want to follow a contour that is difficult to find unless you want to be conscious of that join. It's up to you.
Sure.
So things like trees or rocks are quite simple.
Right.
Because you can hide them. Certain areas become a bit more challenging, and in the end, if it's visible, it's visible. That's fresco.
Sure.
I broke up this particular fresco, I think, in 22 pieces or 21 pieces. 21 giornatas, sorry, I should say.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah.
Now, Paul, when you do study the fresco process that the old masters used, you hear them speak of this particular time called the ora di oro, or golden hour. Now, is that something that you waited for when you were working, or did you not have that luxury?
No, you have that luxury. It's a special time, actually, and it's quite funny that somebody writes it and you think, what a load of crap. But when you hit it, you go, oh my God, here I am. It's a moment in time where everything comes together. The 6-month preparation, the consistency and absorption of the lime, your brush has created a special sort of form to it that just your consistency of putting the lime, water and the pigment together, everything and it's just closing. The fresco is saying, soon I've had enough saturation.
Right.
Can you please stop?
Can you please stop?
Yeah, or else I'll make you stop.
Right.
And it's the golden hour. It's you don't know it unless you've tried it. I can say that. And I don't know. It's a bit of a spiritual moment.
Sure.
And when I read about it, and I think I may have read about it in one of the Durners or Mayers, and with friends, we used to joke about it. You know, are you at the golden hour?
Yeah, sure.
So,
When it did happen, Paul, were you like, oh, wow, this is it?
Yeah. You know it.
You know it.
You know it. You're in control. It's partially that too. You're no longer conscious of time, because time is very important in fresco. In fact, you feel like you're racing. But and it doesn't last. It doesn't last very long. Yeah, because it's accumulation of all the build-up.
Right.
And it's the accents which are your language, almost like calligraphy being placed on the surface.
Beautiful.
So yeah.
Beautiful.
Lucky to have experienced it.
Sure. Now, Paul, this particular fresco was painted using buon fresco. However, you have mentioned that you've painted fresco secco in the past. How do you find the two compare?
There's no comparison. Fresco is fresco, yeah. Secco is just an application invented to really repair sections So in the end, secco is like gouache or something like that, but on a wall.
Right, sure, okay. Now, I understand Alexei, who was your former studio assistant and apprentice, noticed your appreciation of materials, your respect of tradition, and fine eye for colour and composition, which led him to apprentice with you for his work experience, and then for 2 years after that. He got into top arts at the National Gallery of Victoria with his folio, which he created within your studio. I understand he preferred to work with you rather than attending the Victorian College of the Arts. Throughout the apprenticeship, Alexei followed the training of Renaissance apprentices from the past by preparing your colours, assisting you with projects, and eventually came to collaborate with you on paintings. Can you explain what it has been like passing on your knowledge to Alexei over the years?
Yeah, look, basically Alexei did work experience with me. I was a bit apprehensive to have somebody in the studio initially because I thought, it's just going to be a form of babysitting.
Right.
But I did get Alexei in for a day, and he, I sort of said, I looked at his folio and I said, where did you do most of these? And he said, at home, not at school.
Okay.
So I thought, okay, there's already somebody that applies themselves.
Sure.
And then I said, why don't you come in here and do a day's drawing? I'll work on my work and you get a drawing, because I wanted to see what his language was with his application, with his just simple line on paper.
Sure.
And I was really impressed with Alexei because he just had an intuitive manner about him in the way he used his tool.
Sure.
And so after that day I said, I'm happy to have you in the studio, and we nurtured that relationship over the small period of, I think it was 2 weeks for work experience. And then I said, after that went very well, because I think you're in year 10 when you do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, look, Alexei, I'll work it in here that if you want to, because you've got school obviously, if you want to come here on Sundays. So we, over the years, when he could, he would come, and he also proved there to be, how things normally fade with teams.
Yes, of course.
No fading with Alexi. He just got stronger and stronger, and until, you know, he grew up and 11 and 12, and, you know, he had his folio, and I wrote a letter to the school, and, you know, we'd created a good bond there, and I, you know, financially tried to reward Alexi if he was working on anything, and I would paint it. I would make sure that if it was sold, there was also a financial benefit in that, and so so that continued until he had his school project, and I said, you know, work on it here, take it to school, but work on it here, but tell the school that that's part of your project.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and so they accepted that, and they came and visited here, and
oh, that's great.
And yeah, he developed a good early understanding of methods that took me a long time to sort of nut out.
Sure.
So yeah, and then eventually he got accepted into Top Arts.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting when you do read about Renaissance apprentices in the bottega, in the studio.
In the bottega, yeah, it was always a common practice. In a way, sorry, Emilio, for interrupting. That is, again, when you've got a studio that operates where there are materials to be made and chemistry, you kind of, if we talk about buying time to paint the pictures, you almost do need somebody in. You know, it's an apprenticeship.
Sure.
And they have to go through. I would have loved to have had that ability, but there was nobody running a place like that. And it's not like I was consciously saying, oh, I've got to run a Renaissance studio. It was just felt right. It also removes a little bit of ego too, because my consciousness of having Alexi in the studio was saying, Alexi, you know, there's always respect to the person that you're with, but you know, you're different to me, and you'll be your own person, your own artist. These are just tools. They don't necessarily have to be use the tools the way you need to use them and develop them.
Sure.
And, you know, and you are younger, and you can always be better. Because you can always be more advanced if you continue. It's very different, you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
When you do read about Renaissance apprentices, Paul, from the past, you know, it was very hierarchical. You know, when they came in, they were really doing the lowest of low jobs. They would come in before the master, they'll put the fire on, they'll sweep the floors. Eventually, they got to mulling paints. Then, you know, they'll be doing...
They had to work their way up the ladder, yeah.
Exactly. They might do, you know, something in the background of their master's painting.
That's why Alexi had to punch the hole.
Sure. When Alexi was your apprentice, was it like that for him, or were you a bit more kinder?
We always joked about it, I can tell you that.
Sure.
I was like, I would look over from the easel and go, sweep the floor, Alexi. But we would laugh about that.
Sure.
But Alexi had enough respect to, you know, he kept the place clean, like he didn't make a mess. He would always clean up and whatever I needed to do. But I never... You know, I always kept him on a good level. It wasn't like treated like the little slag. Yeah. But if there was shitloads of pigment to be ground, I'd say, Alexi, here's 20 colours. Yeah. Grind all of them. Wow. I had to do it.
That's it.
But how do you learn? You know what I mean? Like, you get the right consistency. You know, sometimes he'd make a mess, but yeah. And today, that'll never leave him.
Sure, absolutely. What an experience. Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. Yeah. Now, I understand Alexi went on to study video game design and now has established himself as a tattooist in Melbourne. Is that correct?
Yeah. He's a very, very successful tattooist. I don't think it was so much video game design, but it was... that was one of the components, but I think it was just generally a digital image design.
Oh, digital image design. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, but it could have led to game design. That's mainly why people do it. He chose to do that over art school.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, do you still keep in touch with Alexi?
Yeah, we are in touch. We are in touch. Yeah, I haven't seen him for a while because obviously I'm toing and froing from Italy.
Sure. It's lovely to hear, Paul, as I was undertaking my research, some of the things you've done to help Alexi over the years. When he purchased his first car, you were there and able to help him with that. And,
Yeah.
checking out, making sure the car was all right and everything. It's very nice of you.
I think that was just like an 18 present. It was an old, in the end, it was an old car that I just handed over the key. It was kind of look. I think it's very rare to find somebody who naturally feels. And in the end, the thing about saying, "Oh, it's in the blood." And sometimes somebody appears and you go, it's definitely in the blood. And I'm pretty sure, in Alexi's later years, he'll return to... In fact, he still paints today. So,
that's great.
It was, during my parting from Australia, it was difficult. But Alexi had to find his way, and he's more than... I'm sure he's more than happy in what he's doing. So for now.
Good on him.
Yeah.
Now, Paul, regards to apprentices...
Yes.
What's the likelihood of you taking on more apprentices in the future?
Look, I think eventually when the studio opens in Sicily, which is hopefully only a year away, I will go into art schools there.
Yeah.
And I will source out, because there's extreme talent in Sicily. I'm actually a little bit shocked at sometimes what I see from young people.
Wow.
Ability to draw
That's
intuitively. And so, but I know the sad reality is I know that their path is cut short quite quickly. And so, yeah, at the same time, without giving somebody too much hope that they're going to be, some great artist or something like that. But I definitely will need, in the future, I would like to share that process.
Sure.
If they're right, yeah. Alexi was right. He made messes occasionally, but he started to prepare his own gessos and understood. So it would be lovely to have somebody else in the studio. It's also a very solitary profession.
It is.
So
Absolutely.
to have somebody you can joke about, having somebody a little bit younger, possibly you can be a bit playful and yeah.
Sure. Do you find it rewarding, Paul, being a master to an apprentice?
Yeah, I do. I find it incredibly to give that knowledge, or to help somebody, not even to give the knowledge, because it's not mine to give. It pre-existed before me. To be able to channel it through to help them nurture their own is just feels right. It's just a lovely thing,
Great.
It's yeah.
Sure. Now, moving forward.
Yeah.
In 2019, you were commissioned to create another public artwork for Essendon Field's thriving business, aviation and community precinct that would be positioned in the entrance of Essendon Fields at the forecourt of Lindsay Fox and Max Beck's $60 million Hyatt Hotel, which would ultimately become a new major public artwork for Melbourne. You became acquainted with Max Beck through your painting titled 333 Collins Street. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was the first commission through Dragon, who put our two heads together, and it was the painting based on the building that Max had built in 333 Collins in the CBD.
Great.
In I think it was early to mid 90s.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, can you explain how you secured the second commission for Essendon Fields?
The bronze?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I was visiting Australia. Well, I can now say that I was visiting Australia. I was visiting Australia And I did have to. There was a bit of maintenance that I had to do of some incomplete work on the fresco, and so they put me up at the hotel to do this work, the Hyatt, and again I went with intuition. And I'd completed the sculpture in Sicily.
Yep.
And so sculpture was something that I was now delving in.
Sure.
And I thought, if I'm going to make something a success within Essendon Field sculpturally, or propose something, it needs to be created in the space.
Mm-hmm.
And so within the hotel, I brought wax,
mm-hmm.
and I made a maquette in that hotel room.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd previously drawn what I wanted to do, but I created it in there and then finished it at home.
Sure.
I'd sent a sepia drawing, study of the piece, to one of the managers,
mm-hmm.
and he reacted positively to that.
Great.
And it opened a conversation, and we started talking about size. I was very ambitious, considering I'd never made, the last bronze I made were little figurines.
Sure.
But why not? I think the fresco gave them a hell of a lot of confidence in the execution and the way I managed that, and the seriousness of the whole thing. And basically, I took the liberty of casting it in bronze myself.
Wow.
Cost me a fair bit of money. The small one.
The smaller version.
Yeah, of course. Could never take the liberty in the large one. And so, in a meeting, I unveiled it on the desk, and when I left, they said, the meeting was positive.
Good.
They were impressed with the maquette.
Good.
And when I left, I knew I was going back to Sicily.
Okay.
And sometimes out of sight, out of mind. And they said, "Oh, Paul, don't forget your maquette." And I said, "The maquette is a present."
Oh, lovely.
Because it needed to remain within there.
Sure.
And so when I left, it remained in there in the office as a thing that needed to grow, and did it grow?
Now that's interesting, but was that your intention?
This is a good question, Amelia. Was it my intention? I think partially yes and partially no.
Okay.
I always knew that it was a gift to Max anyway, because Max had already, been very respectful and always said good things about me.
Sure.
So regardless of that, it's yours. You know what I mean? Like, what am I going to do with it?
Sure.
And so, you can call it strategy, but
sure.
I think, strategy can be combined with sincerity. So, that's how Titan grew.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. So after that, was it a matter of, did you just receive a phone call and it says?
No,
yes,
after that there was a hell of a lot of logistical sort of understanding on how it would be produced, and who would be the team, team.
Yeah.
So what basically has happened in the past 7 years is that I've been thrown in a realm where it's kind of managerial to how you manage large projects. Because if you've got people like engineers, architects and that, and everyone's depending on you, and you're the channel to people who are putting money in projects, is that the job of the artist? Is that the job of the gallery? Is that the job of the individual? Like, in the end, you're in control of your own destiny. I love the people I work with, and I love that they allow me the ability to do what I want to do, regardless of whether they're the Alexi, or whether they're the Max, or whether they're the Phil, and the love is reciprocal, and together as a team, the flower blooms. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It sounds very poetic and very, 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 I don't know what you want to say, Buddhist or whatever, but they're my experiences.
Right, beautiful.
And I believe, you know, the way in which I work allows that to happen.
Sure.
It's not driven by market. It's not driven by political correctness, or it's not driven by any of those things, because I would hit a wall with those things.
Right, sure.
Yeah.
Well said. Now, in researching the project, I understand you were captivated by the unique history of Essendon Airport, which served for many years as an international airport, playing an important role in migration and the development of Melbourne's fascinating multiculturalism. Your intention was to create a sculpture that would embody a sense of grandeur and ultimately have a strong presence. You came up with the idea of basing your sculpture on Atlas, the titan of Greek mythology, who was condemned to carry the weight of the heavens on his shoulders. The commission ultimately came to be titled the Titan Project. The sculpture depicts a crouching man who carries a large sphere on his shoulders, formed of patinated copper sheets, individually shaped and fitted using copper rivets. The sculpture speaks to ideas of resilience and overcoming adversity. Cast in bronze, the sculpture stands 5 meters high and weighs over 2 tons. It took a total of 14 months to complete. Creating this sculpture sounds like it would have taken a Herculean effort. Can you provide an overview of how you came to realize this particular project?
Yeah, look, I think I just, you know, obviously you initially have a vision, and then, you know, the easy ways today is you get a digital printer to enlarge your small maquette. I was in no position to dumbify the process, because I was in a position that this was an opportunity that I was getting paid for to learn a process. So why would I not allow myself the ability to learn? And so I nutted out how you go through that process. And so in a real simple nutshell, metal armature, skeleton, build up body with foam, expandable foam, so you can create adhesion, carve back, add, carve back, add, create an overall, I think in the video I call it a Michelin type structure that you can carve back a bit, give yourself enough. And then I thought, okay, now I've got my mass on top of my skeleton. And then I thought, do I do it in clay? Do I do it in plasticine? Luckily, I found plasticine was available and I wouldn't have to wet it and cover it, because I knew I'd be working through winter. Working in clay would make me freeze, get sick. And so working with plasticine was good, because I needed to heat it in the cold to make it malleable, and it warmed my hands and I could work. And so, yes, once I had the foam, I covered the foam in a hessian, and then I worked with plasticine and I just built it up. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. I spoke to a foundry in Italy, and they said, Eolo. Eolo's my birth name.
That's right.
I said, Eolo. They said, Eolo, if you give us your maquette, we have sculptors here that will sculpt it for you to scale. And I said, Luigi. I don't know if his name was Luigi. I said, Signor Luigi from the foundry. I said, why would you want to take what I love doing away from me? And he said, you're one of those artists. Does that open a lot of context to...
they'll be used to having a lot of contemporary...
make this pepperoni 50 meters. So I'm like, you know, why do you want it? And he goes, okay. It was a respectful thing that he said. And I said, yes, mister, you know, I would come there and do it, and they could work with me, but I ain't going to give them what I love. Anyway, in the end, Essendon Fields gave me a hangar, massive workspace. There was a whole metal component because the sphere was separate to the figure. the engineering involved was very important, crucial, going in a public area. The thing is over-engineered like you wouldn't believe.
Sure.
Everything fell in its place. I had Bill Perrin Foundry initially, and then there was problematics with the scale because I had gone off scale.
Yeah.
And I said, how can I control during its creation what scale it's going to be? He's demanding what he wants to be.
Sure.
I can't control that. Because in the end, yes, I had 2 models a week over a period of 4 months just to understand an anatomy. But when you're creating, even she was created with no preconceived concept.
Wow.
So, and that's the intuitive part of, it's not like I go in and paint freely.
Yeah.
But with sculpture at the moment, but I'm not really sculpting freely. I'm actually making a maquette, but I'm understanding, and I'm really interested to see after these sculptures are done, and I do solidly go back into my painting, the informative aspect of working so long in a 3-dimensional realm,
right?
What it's going to affect in the painting. I believe it's going to be amazing. I hope it's going to be amazing.
Sure. Well, I'd imagine it would really, your comprehension of form would be a lot more accurate.
Yeah. The idea of, putting the hand within the painting,
sure,
coming out.
Absolutely.
So that idea of that, I think, will become stronger because early paintings, even I look at them in some areas seem flat. Like, Jesus, it's a 2-dimensional surface you're dealing with.
Sure.
Very difficult to make it 3D.
Sure.
So.
Well, it's interesting, Paul, because viewing the video, which actually documents the creation of the Atlas sculpture, it's incredible how many people are actually involved in this project.
Yeah, I know. It puts into perspective the aspect of the team and how when we stand in front of a bronze or a sculpture and we go, oh yeah, that's nice, far out.
You don't understand the work that's behind that.
The time, the conviction to get to the end goal.
Sure.
And, because of social media, I kind of share that sometimes and I think, why am I sharing it? But you know why I'm sharing it? Because I've never been educated in the process. So by sharing it, it's almost like I'm educating myself because I'm reiterating what I've done so it locks in.
Right.
But if I went through a proper education and I was taught the formal aspects in my art school, then I wouldn't have to do that process.
Sure.
Am I better off or worse off? I don't know. Because sometimes I think not having that formal education maybe made me who I am.
That's right.
Do you know what I mean?
How you think it like that.
Yeah, well, you've got to be, like a lot of people go, I'm going to the Florence Academy in Florence. And then I look at their work and I go, every student has this same staleness to them.
Right, yeah.
And they think they're sometimes the hierarchy of figurative art. And they may reject everything that is contemporary or everything that is abstract. But in the end, I think it's the individual that, has to evolve in their own individual way.
Sure.
Without too much doctrine either. But no, it's also important to have fundamentals.
Absolutely.
We don't go to dance school not knowing how to dance.
Sure.
We've got to know them, Sure.
But anyway. Makes sense, sure. Now, as you mentioned, you were given Studio 44, Essendon Fields Hangar, which is located in a large disused building as your studio for this project. It makes sense that you would have needed such a large space due to the size of the sculpture. How did you initially discover this studio, and did you find working in it met your needs?
Oh, how did I find the studio? The studio was allocated to me. It wasn't a studio, it was like a small hangar basically at Essendon Field, which was a space available, and they said you can have it for 1 year, which blew me away. It's like getting the wall built for the fresco.
Sure.
Again, they always delivered these little surprises, and I remember showing up and the roller door open and there's this vast area and it's like, oh my God. And of course you treat someone well, they're going to deliver well, and so it was very dusty and had to get industrial cleaners to come in and clean it because it hadn't been used for a while. And did it serve well? Bloody oath, it served well for everyone, including the metal guys, the engineers. Not only that, when you invite somebody into the project and they may be a bit dubious on the integrity of the piece, when they walk into an environment like that, they realise, okay, this is serious.
This is serious, yeah.
Yeah. And so I was meant to have an amazing opening within the space at the end of it, but COVID
Sure.
plateaued that one.
Makes sense, sure. Now, Paul, I understand you use Fundere Fine Art Foundry and Studios and Perrin Sculpture Foundry for bronze casting. Is that correct?
That's correct. We mentioned Fundere, and Perrin.
Okay, sure, right. Now, Paul, just in regards to the Atlas sculpture itself, this has become quite a monumental piece of public art here in Melbourne. Just what is it like to actually be, visiting a space, Essendon Fields, and seeing a sculpture of that magnitude in person and saying to yourself, I made that?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't really stand in those shoes. Maybe sometimes alone I will. I don't know. Maybe it hasn't processed yet. It's still fresh, the work. I think pieces of art take a fair bit of time to find their place as well. Like we mentioned earlier, it's nice to take family there, and maybe I sometimes play it down a little bit. It's funny because prior to it existing, I was really looking forward to that aspect of it. And you kind of sometimes think, oh hell, this will be here a lot longer than myself.
Yeah.
It is created in an age-old method that is known for very long, its longevity.
Sure.
May not necessarily be in that position, but that's not important with that. And there is also a time capsule within the sphere.
Of course.
Yeah. But I think 2070 is whenever we open, because we did live through a pretty intense period.
Yeah.
Maybe when I make the next one, I'll understand that and be able to answer that question.
Sure. When you did finish the sculpture, Paul, and no pun intended, did you feel as though you had a weight lifted off your shoulders?
This is a good one. I did. I felt like I had achieved something that I never. This was never in the book, in my books.
Sure.
And so, and it was probably the way I achieved it that I felt more the weight off my shoulders. Even though I never felt like I was out of control within the project and the management of the project. Felt like there was always a mutual respect with the people that I was working with.
Sure.
But yes, again, COVID dampened a lot of this.
Yeah.
Because it was just time.
Yeah.
And it stopped. So it created almost a void. And maybe that's where you're getting at. I didn't get to really experience.
Sure, I understand.
Do you understand? Yeah. We went through with it, but we were going through with it. So it was very militant in its approach. Sure. Because we needed to get through it, and we had to, you got to stick to your guns, and it was very much like that. So yeah, interesting. Interesting time, and I didn't get to, but that's okay because ironically, that's what he represents.
Sure.
So, yeah, I don't know who that guy is, you know what I mean? I don't, he's a little piece of everyone. He's a little piece of Max, me, my dad, many of the, and I mention a lot of males in that because he is a male in this particular piece.
Yeah.
So, overall as a concept, yes, it's beyond, but when we talk about that as a male figure.
Sure.
So,
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I understand you had a study tour organised with the assistance of the Essendon Fields management team to allow students and art groups to visit your studio while you're working on the project. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had the Rings Road students come out. They were lovely. And then we had Preston Polytech come out.
Yep.
Those two came out. And there was a program to get other students out. Again, we couldn't get them out eventually. So, but yeah, we had a bit of that. And I remember Peter Collette, the sculptor, Melbourne sculptor, came out and visited as well.
Oh, that's great.
So it was nice. Along the way, I had many other artists visit the studio, and
Sure, fantastic. Now, in the 4 years since the sculpture was created, the COVID pandemic has had a dramatic impact on our world. In 2021, Essendon Fields launched an initiative to document people's experiences of living through the unprecedented pandemic. They provided an opportunity for Australians to document their personal experiences through drawing, photography, video, or writing, explaining their experience. These documents would then be placed inside the orb of the Atlas sculpture itself, where they will remain for 50 years and be opened in 2071 on the 150th anniversary of Essendon Fields Airport, so that future generations can gain first-hand insight into what it was like to live in Melbourne during 2020 and 2021. This is a fascinating idea, and it brings your work into the conceptual realm. How did you come up with this idea initially?
Oh, okay. Well, believe it or not, that was the idea that came from Essendon.
Okay.
Some of the crew at Essendon, which initially it was an idea, then it went away, and the idea had nothing to do with initially COVID, but obviously after, or during the tail end of COVID, it became a bit more of an interesting subject to talk about people's experience. But it didn't necessarily have to be based on that, but obviously at the time that's all we were bloody talking about. So the concept of doing the time capsule came from the actual the team at Essendon Fields.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
so it wasn't initially your own idea?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. It wasn't. Like I said, it was them, and then I said, okay, if that's something you would like to do, it's actually because I got my cousins and niece. They're going to be quite older when it opens.
Sure.
So it'd be interesting. We're long and gone. So in the end, I said, it's actually a nice gesture. God knows where or what. Who knows?
Yeah, sure.
But
how are they actually going to get to the documents? Are they going to have to cut the sculpture?
They're in a concealed capsule that you can buy. Time capsules.
Okay.
Stainless steel thing. And then the sphere or the orb is created in a way where you have access points.
Oh, is that right?
For maintenance.
Okay.
And if you're ever meant to remove the sphere, you need to get in it.
I see. Right.
You can go in the sphere.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, it's in the video where you see one of the gentlemen who was working on, I think he was welding the inside.
That's right. Yeah.
Come out of this little gap. He barely fit in there.
Yeah, he had a bit of a struggle, Simon. Yeah.
Interesting. Moving forward, whilst you were a student at the Victorian College of the Arts during 1998, I understand you wrote a letter to the NGV asking them to remove their rules which prohibited art students and members of the public to bring art materials into the gallery for the sake of carrying out master copies. Throughout history, galleries and museums around the world have allowed art students and artists to bring their materials into the gallery space to create master copies for the purpose of study. You eventually received a letter back in response explaining that a pilot program was under consideration, but you heard nothing further. Writing this letter is very brave of you, considering you were a young art student at the time. Did somebody compel you to write the letter, or was it your own choice?
No, it was my own choice. I wrote the letter because at the time at VCA, the NGV was a very unvisited location compared to now, and it had you could get I think it was a monthly pass or maybe even yearly pass for students, and you tick off the free, I think it was $2 to get in or something like that at the time. They were still paying it off or something like that.
Okay.
But as a student, you could just tick it off and you got free visits.
Sure.
And so I would visit, I would say maybe every second day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I was very, well, it was mine.
Yeah.
Mine and friends. Nobody else was there.
Sure.
It was quite beautiful, I have to say. I was very lucky to have the gallery in that way and experience it in that way. It was definitely not a commercial thing, and so I used to think, because I'd already travelled overseas at the time, and I saw people painting. I think it was in the Prado,
Right.
or if it was in the Louvre at the time, and I remember, doing a bit of sketching in there, pencil and pen, and the guards, they knew you. You went in every second day, they knew you. The guards were very intimate with the place.
Yeah.
And so I decided to eventually, a few years later after that, I said, geez, it'd be nice to actually paint. No one's really in there. And I wrote that letter. Wrote that letter. They only started doing membership and stuff like that. Well, they already had a membership, but it was very, very sort of closed net. And they're opening up this youth membership at the time, which I was trying to get involved in. And so I wrote that letter, and I received that back.
Okay.
And then put it away.
Okay.
And just by pure chance, 15 years later, I'm flicking through documents, and I went, oh my God. I said, look at that. 15 years have passed. And it just, by that, in those 15 years, like, the article says, my career had developed, and, and I thought, you know what? This is not right. Now I'm going to, and it before it even became a petition. Yeah. It appeared on the Age.
Yes, that's right.
Front page.
Yeah.
And that was it. And whether, I don't know who was stopping it, but you weren't allowed.
Sure.
So I tried.
Sure.
And then within a week after the article, I was in there painting.
That's incredible.
So yeah.
Now moving forward, 14 years after writing this letter, you took up the cause again. In 2012, the National Gallery of Victoria's director at the time, Gerard Vaughan, had restrictions in place to stop visitors from sketching, painting, and taking notes in the gallery spaces. However, the NGV's hesitation to allow copying in the gallery ruffled the feathers of some artists in the Melbourne art community, including yours. I understand you organised a petition to allow artists to carry out master copies in the gallery. As you have stated, quote, "When I wrote the original letter, I was a rookie. Now I'm in the art world and I've got a connection to some of the big guns," unquote. Those big guns included some affluent Australian artists whom you got to sign the petition. The artists included Lewis Miller, Rick Amor, Peter Churcher, Jan Sandbergs, and Philip Hunter. Did getting them to sign the petition need any convincing, or were they for it for the get-go?
Yeah, look, where I contacted some of these artists personally, and then they contacted other artists, and in the end, you know, I even said, can I just use your name? And so, like I said, we didn't even get to the stage of creating the petition because it came out the next day that I was going to do this, and the process just sped up.
That's incredible.
So they were going to back me basically.
Sure.
And yeah, like, you know, there was. I just can't see why. It doesn't even matter if you're a figurative painter. Why anybody wouldn't back it.
Right.
In fact, today they have drawing programs, and I'm not sure if they have painting programs, but I'm sure you can, you can do that. So, and I'm not even sure if the ex-director that he had a no paint policy in place, but you would be stopped and you couldn't organise anything. So, and I just simply said, when I went and painted there, I said, you can even have like easels here numbered, and have small numbers, and you book the easel, and you say, okay, from 2 till 6, you come in, and I said, not only does the artist get the knowledge of, you know, being able to paint from one of the paintings, but the viewer, the gallery visitor, they absolutely. It's enjoyable to watch somebody working.
Absolutely, it's authentic.
It's just a nice. It makes sense of the cycle. So
So Paul, how did it come to be that the news got out to the Age and they featured you on the front page of the newspaper?
Social media.
Wow. Okay.
There was at the time what existed, and I think it was a less busy social media than it is now, but at the time there was you could do petitions on social media. I think you can still do them.
Sure.
And so that's it. It came out, and obviously one of my friends on social media worked for the Age or knew somebody that worked for the Age and said, oh, here we go. Yeah. This is interesting. So bang.
And it was the next day.
It was the next day
that they allowed it.
It was like a They came in here, took a photo. It was just like boom, boom, boom. And I didn't even know that it was going to be. Well, I definitely didn't know it was going to be on the front page. But I remember I got a call. Did I get a call from Rick? Or there could have been something else. Anyway, I got a call from friends and said, "Have you got the newspaper?" And I said, "No." And they said, "Well, you better get it."
Okay. And
so it was quite funny. But, you know, there's even my statement about, you know, knowing some of the big guns was a little bit, you know, it was a bit funny.
Sure.
A little bit Sicilian.
Moving on. Paul, in the past you have had the opportunity to complete residencies in high schools, namely Pascoe Vale Girls. During this residency, I understand you worked with the students and had them prepare their canvases using a traditional gesso recipe. In other instances, you have worked with the students on fresco paintings. One thing you notice when students prepared their canvases this way is they had a lot more respect for the canvas and therefore took their artistic process seriously rather than seeing it as another canvas which they could go out and purchase if they made a mistake. Can you elaborate more on what your experiences have been like teaching traditional art processes to high school students?
Yeah, look, it is interesting. Once, you know, it can go two ways. When you're preparing something yourself, and it's not like, I can go to Officeworks and buy a Chinese cheap canvas for you know, $8.99, and you know what? Who cares? That was cheap. When there was actually the labour in stretching it, preparing it. Now, it can become too precious at the same time because fear of using it.
Right.
So it's kind of, but that just needs nurturing for a student.
Sure.
What I found is when they had this and they thought of the coloured ground that they were going to prepare and they prepared it and they really, it wasn't so much that it was precious, but it was my surface that I'm going to make my picture on. You know, it was something that I toiled over and created that I'm going to put something special on. And so, I experimented with this with quite young students, and they did a body of work, which, you know, the proof was in the pudding in the end. They were just exceptional works, strong. Well, we took our time, you know, I eliminated all the secondary colours. So they had to mix from their tertiaries. I made them tried to make a black out of the primaries and draw, you know, so I stuck my principles. I stuck to my principles and really tried to let them follow through with those. I did that both with traditional, you know, sort of oil painting, or even if they used acrylics, we had to do it that way. And at Pascoe Vale Girls, that's where we did the fresco process, which could have been a complete disaster. But, you know, we followed those processes and both got beautiful, sincere results.
Fantastic. That's great, Paul.
Yeah.
Do you think working with high school students is something you'd like to do more of in the future?
Probably not. Workshop based, yes, always. But I've always said I wouldn't. I just feel like when I'm there, you know what? Probably yes, I would like to, but curriculum and the way things are structured doesn't make me want to do that.
Sure, that makes sense.
That makes more sense because I do enjoy. You know, that intuitive part of their life where they haven't been programmed certain ways.
Right. You can still influence them and have an impact.
Well, you can give them tools and they can really show you personality.
Sure, that makes sense.
Right.
Now, Paul, you have recently completed the Polizzi project, which involved recreating Polizzi Generosa's statue of the Egyptian pagan goddess thought to be Isis, Minerva, or a personification of prudence. Known as Isidit Triforme, this sculpture is a lost, deliberately destroyed ancient statue that is deeply connected to the people of a town. I understand the recreation of the statue was recorded by filmmaker Claudio Sciano and made into a documentary. The story goes that the statue was destroyed by a bishop in the mid-1700s, which offended the people of the town. Can you explain more about the history of this sculpture?
Yeah, this was a sculpture. Not so. The Titan comes before this. She comes before the Titan.
Yes. Sure.
Basically, what is written there. The bishop of the time found the sculpture pre-existing, which pre-existed within the Chiesa Madre for over 100 years.
Wow.
And she was used as the baptismal underneath. So she was decorative. She obviously came from somewhere else, but was placed there.
Yeah.
And the only drawing or the only etching that exists of her is this etching in a document, which could well be the first ever document towards the destruction of a piece of art.
Okay.
By the town's noble people. Towards her demise by the priest, because we don't know what happened, but you know there's a lot of theories that maybe women were going there wanting to get pregnant. There was and so who knows? But she did pre-exist there for 100 years quietly, and then for some reason. She was supposedly demolished. Whether she was demolished or sold, I don't know. But this image exists, this protest exists, it's signed, it's documented, and it's in archives.
Wow.
And so I fortuitously looked upon this one small image in a museum,
Yeah.
so big, and took 2 years to get back to the town, but I went back equipped psychologically, a little bit financially, and I was going to make her for the
Fantastic.
town. And so I shook the hand of the mayor 2 years earlier, and he thought I'd never come back, especially with the name Eolo, which means the wind. And so yeah, that was a very, very special experience. And yes, Claudio Ciino made the documentary of that, and it's about an hour's documentary, which includes, because then what unveiled were, was she Isis? Was she Prudence? Was she from the 17th century? Was she from medieval times?
Yeah.
Was she part of a larger sculpture? And opens up a new dialogue. But it's now housed in their Museo Civico, and it's a little snippet of my Sicilian history, which means a lot to me.
Of course.
Yeah,
Excellent.
and led me to Titan.
Sure. Now, I understand you discovered the sculpture by chance in 2015 while taking a detour through the Madonni Mountains to Polizzi Generosa. You stayed the night and came across a female image with 3 heads, one of a man, one of a woman, and one of a child boy in the town's archaeological museum. You were taken aback by the image, and the very next morning you went to the local library, met with the Lord Mayor and asked him if any artist ever proposed to recreate a modern version of a lost statue seen in the image and to give her back to the people of Polizzi. You seem to have been very excited by the idea of recreating the statue. What was the Lord Mayor's response to your questions?
He was very receptive, unbelievably.
Good.
And like I said, we shook on it. I think, again, he's a politician, so he's going to say yes, but he said yes to the wrong person. So, yeah, I think they were a little bit taken aback when I returned and was quite firm on the conditions in every way. I couldn't let anything go, and we're dealing with central Sicily near Palermo.
Yeah.
So we're dealing with sometimes some contentious sort of political sort of circumstances.
Sure.
But I managed to do it.
That's fantastic. In 2016, you returned to Polizzi Generosa and stayed for a couple of days at the Sicilian House, organising a meeting with the town council and La Nafotolia, the town's cultural group, where you proposed the idea of recreating the sculpture. You asked if they were interested in commissioning the sculpture, and they agreed. In 2018, you began working on the sculpture. I understand you were allowed to work in Studio 96, which is close to the Sicilian House. Can you provide an overview of how you created the sculpture? I imagine you would have had to rely heavily on written descriptions of the sculpture and then translate them into a visual form.
Okay, yeah. My process was basically I wasn't going to stick 100% to trying to reproduce something that wasn't there, and I was going to go intuitively, but I was going to use the pre-existing image, the engraving, as much as I could, driven by that. And I wasn't going to use a model as such. I used my partner's sister at the time as proportions because she was the right height. So I made her bigger than what was written in the document,
right?
Because I wanted her to be life size.
Sure.
But a small sort of life size, and then I followed with taking images of my partner, a 360 sort of view, just to figure out the feel of the overall 3D aspect of the piece.
Sure.
And then, in all honesty, I got a metal structure done by the local metal guy.
Okay.
And purchased the clay in the town from a ceramicist, Giovanni,
okay,
who also had the oven.
Yeah.
and set up studio with images of Prudence and my inspiration. I set it up nicely like a bottega and opened it to the public during her creation. And I just went for it. I went for it, and then I hit hurdles. One major hurdle was being very ignorant in the process. When I built her solidly, I had to cut her in sections after I'd finished. And hollow her out. Luckily with Giovanni, he understood that process, and we slowly did it, and I reunited those sections and made her in 2 sections, which is similar to that. And it was again just patience, but I remember when she went in the oven, which was quite a long oven. Took 4 days to slowly cook, and I just left the town because there is chance of
it exploding.
That would have been, it would have been what it would have been. But it didn't explode. She came out with a few hairline cracks, and that's it. And then I had I had to put the 2 pieces together, and then eventually I went through an old Renaissance process of painting the terracotta. I wanted her painted. So.
That's right, because she is painted.
She's painted, that's correct.
Excellent.
So,
where exactly is the sculpture situated in Polizzi Generosa?
It's situated in the Museo Civico.
Okay,
which is a small little museum, which is a beautiful Greek collection, actually.
Beautiful. Has the documentary been aired in Italy, and will we be able to watch it here in Australia?
The documentary was going to be aired with COASIT, the Italian Cultural Society, at the Nova, believe it or not. We were going to do something at the Nova. But that unfortunately stopped. That was going to happen during the launch of the Titan, sort of same time. And so, that failed attempt to launch it. I decided to do the first viewing of the documentary in Polizzi, and it was quite emotional. And these are people that, in Modica, the town that I'm in, not Polizzi. It's never been aired in Polizzi. Only the night of the opening, which the documentary includes. But I had all the developmental stuff, and we played that, but didn't include the opening night, which had over 500 people and another 200 external.
That's incredible.
In a town of 4,000, that's a big number. And so, the auditorium was full in that one. And so when we played it in Modica, we filled the house as well there, the old theatre. And I was amazed at the teary eyes of people that only got introduced to the project through the documentary. So I think Claudio's done an amazing job in showing that the project was a lot more than the creation of just the plastic piece. It was something else. Probably very difficult to repeat. It's all about timing.
Was there a forum on the showing of the actual documentary, Paul? I have seen photos of you at one point. That's right. We had 2 lecturers from the University of Catania come, and we did a bit of a Q&A. And I'm hoping that the next stop is Siracusa, because I'd like to take it through Sicily. Beautiful.
That's my idea, is to take it through Sicily. The documentary.
Paul, can I ask, during your time in Italy, you mentioned that you have visited various art schools and particularly high schools and such. Over the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a real resurgence in academic art schools that are coming off of working or resurrecting a working method from the 19th century and earlier. Throughout your time travelling, have you had much of an opportunity to visit those schools, and what is your opinion on them?
Look, no, but I would like to, and I think. But you're talking about more university-based ones, not high schools.
Well, not necessarily universities, but private institutions. You've mentioned Florence Academy of the Arts.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I mean. Sort of like more like adult-based.
Yeah,
Like, no.
sure.
Look, I think there's a need. There's a need. There's a hunger. It's like slow food movement, you know, the appreciation of the kilometre zero food. You know, like, there's these places. I think they're very important because they do give. Look, unfortunately, sometimes they're also very expensive.
Yes, that's true.
And so I was never able to afford them. So I have a different opinion. Always of, well, you've just got to do it yourself. But I'm sure if I could afford it, I would have loved to. And I had brochures for the Florence School.
Yeah.
And when I was at VCA, I wanted to go there.
Yeah.
But when I saw how much it cost,
very expensive.
I just couldn't. I couldn't. Maybe I could have asked the folks, but I was already in the top art school. So I think there's a necessity for that, and there's room for that, and you know, there are people like Paul who's got small little schools, and then there's people like Effie and so forth. Sometimes I wish they would unite.
Yeah.
And not be these individual little entities. And maybe their personality doesn't make them unite, I'm not sure. But strength is in numbers, in creating it, and you know, something like that can be offered, you know, I'm sure there's many people that would like to. If he's doing like some of the amazing folio preparation that she shows, she's got a huge high rate of success in getting students through. She's teaching them hand-eye coordination in the end.
Absolutely. That's
something that they're all losing doing this.
That's exactly right.
So it's very simple.
Considering your rich knowledge base, Paul, have you ever considered opening up your own school?
It's a problem of time, you know. If you're going to do something like that, you've got to dedicate your life to it.
Sure.
You've got to be the school of Bottaro. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And you know, at the moment, it's not something that I see happening. I like the idea of workshops. I like the idea of coming in specifically on fresco or something, really organised, really catered for, not just slapdash sort of.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people want to do courses and that, and they're like, "Oh, what do you need? What do you need? You know, like, do you need?" It's like, you know what? This is serious, and it needs serious preparation.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Great. Now, Paul, approaching the end of the interview.
Hey.
In the past, you have spoken of your intention to move to Sicily permanently. Is this still your plan?
Look, permanent is a very strong sort of thing. No. Australia is the place that has made me who I am, and Sicily is my heritage. That's really important. And if I can have the ability to live within both worlds in some form, I don't have children, so I'm a bit more flexible in that sense. Children may come, who knows? But at the moment, my creative spirit seems to be where my heritage lies. And so, but my relationship will become one with the two.
Okay.
And so I'm building a house there, or renovating a house.
Beautiful.
And a studio. Here I have a foot in the door, technically speaking, which is one of the hardest things to do. And so, at the moment, I think the past 7-8 years have been trying to create that narrative between the two.
You've solidified your presence here in the Melbourne art world quite strongly, Paul. Thinking about moving to Sicily, Is that, I mean, do you give that much consideration? What will happen to your reputation here in Melbourne if you were to move there permanently?
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because you sort of you can disappear into the nothingness. Look, I think I know what's right for me, and I think that's the important thing. And we do have there's a negativity towards social media and a positivity where people, if they want to, they can follow you, and I keep that quite active on a very strict art sort of thing, a little bit of enjoyment here and there. And so the next show may prove to me, I've already had one show, paintings in Sicily, that were painted in Sicily, and it was successful.
Sure.
To a degree. I think the next show is going to be much more modelled around an existence over there, other than just landscapes of Sicily. I'm more, for me to start to interpret Sicily, my introduction was the landscape.
Sure.
I'm not really technically a landscape painter.
No.
So I put myself again in a position, I wouldn't say of discomfort, but I was known quite figuratively. And I said, I'm just going to have a landscape exhibition.
Sure.
And so that's know the land first, then know the people, or maybe know the psychology, then know the people. And so I'm taking those steps. So we'll see.
Sure.
We'll see.
Your studio that you're establishing in Sicily, Paul, is it as marvellous as the studio here in Melbourne?
Two different worlds, Emilio. This is marvellous for what I say, New York living in Northcote. and it's an 18th century palazzo in Sicily. So, but strangely, the same light.
Sure.
So my top floor will be the studio, which everyone says, shouldn't you be painting in the bottom floor? Let's go there as like painting in the garage.
Right.
I said, no, I always paint. It's like this one. Everyone was like, shouldn't you paint downstairs? I said, no. Like, look at this. It's where I spend majority of the time, for Christ's sake.
Sure.
And so two different worlds, both beautiful studios. And this, I created this space so, with my hands.
That's right.
And so it's special, and it was very hard to hold on to, but I think I've gone over that stage, and I thought it would be the end of me.
Sure.
I thought I would never paint again when I got the mortgage. I said, that's it, it's finished. I'll be the janitor at high schools for the rest of my life.
Sure.
Or selling secondhand cars, which is not a bad business today after COVID. But I've already painted in Sicily studio, and it worked. It's more a house. So
sure.
Eventually, I think I will look in Sicily to find something that's more in campagna and a bit more open.
Sure.
For now, this was.
This studio here, Paul, what year did you move in?
I bought it in 2007, I think it was, or 2006.
Right.
And it took me 2 years to move into it. Oh, no. Even more. I rented it, and then I rented again to get the mortgage rolling.
Yeah.
And then I can't remember what year I moved. I moved in I can't remember what year it was, but after a fair few years, I had a studio in Northcote, and I didn't break the lease. I finished the lease there, and I came in here.
Sure.
And I think I painted 4 shows out of this space.
Sure. And the studio in High Street, Northcote, were you there for a while?
I think I was there for just under 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there was a space that I rented, the bottom floor.
Right.
And then I sublet to other artists or other people who needed space.
Sure.
To make it viable.
Right.
But it was very there was no bathroom, had to build the bathroom. And then I knew, I said, if I stay within this context and I don't jump and buy, then it'll never happen. This place was just very lucky that I found it, because a few years later, untouchable.
Yeah, of course.
Ridiculous, you know.
Of course.
So, yeah.
Now,
I think we're done. Oh, no, we're still
I'm just going to conclude with a few more questions.
Okay, yeah.
Now, Paul, where do you see your life and your work going in the next 5 years?
5-year turnaround. Oh, look, I think it'll just keep moving the way it's moving. I'm re-establishing, I guess, some form of a gallery presence here in Melbourne, with Metro turning into Lennox.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. I think sculpture is playing a very important part, and I don't know, looks like, I might be working on another good scale commission, but I am looking forward to finishing these works. But now there's a good, possibly 20 pieces, not huge works, that I'm really looking forward to bringing to Australia. I'll just keep plugging like that. There is in the back of my mind to start to re-enter some prizes and stuff, but I'm not yet.
Sure.
I don't need to now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still in a different space and a journey that I don't need that now.
Sure.
I want to be the one that decides on that. So yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
What advice would you give to artists and students who are interested in learning traditional art processes but are conflicted between doing a university art degree or seeking a working artist to apprentice under?
Oh, God. Again, we've always talked about individual research and doing it yourself.
Yeah.
What can I say? As much as you can, source out the people if you can. Like I tried to source out Rick and that. I would have loved to do. I think I wrote a letter to Rick way before I did his portrait saying I'd like to be an apprentice. Way before. He doesn't even remember that because God knows what letters he's gotten, fair enough. But and then I realised you're dreaming. Look, you're in Australia and you're not going to find... Who are you going to find? If you're going to find somebody, they're going to make you paint by numbers.
Yes.
And then take the credit.
Yeah.
So there are some artists that do that here. So I think, you have to just build your network slowly, and I think you surround yourself by the right people, and it's not easy.
Right, of course. There are many Melbourne-based artists who are striving to break through and establish themselves as a household name in the Australian and international art world. However, not many have been as successful as you. What do you attribute your success to?
Oh God, Amelia, like how do you I guess successful is being able to live off what you do, I guess, if that's how we want to look at it. Success is not compromising too much, and so they're my ideas, being able to have a lifestyle that is driven by your passion.
Yeah.
And so in the end, I think we know, and we've heard this before, number one is hard work and persistence. It's easy to give up. But my partner recently said to me, she goes, you just don't, there's a letter here and there's a letter here and there's a proposal here, there's a sculpture here. You're just like bang, 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 bang. You're like a machine gun, just spraying the bullets around and sort of like, and then something sticks. If it sticks, try and chip away. you know when to pull back. Don't put too much energy into it, pull back. Don't forget what you're doing here. At the moment, that's what I'm doing, and I've learned how to manage that. So it's, because you can get fixated on one thing, and then lose perspective on other things.
Sure.
So at the same time, Titan is the birth of my palazzo.
Yes.
Nurture the art career, which nurtures where to create the art. You're going to paint in a garage, maybe your work is going to remain in the garage.
Yeah.
You're going to paint in a palazzo, where's it going to go? Maybe in another palazzo?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's
Sure.
those ideas sort of, it's, and then in the end, the integrity of every piece.
Sure.
When I work on the Titan or on these sculptures, people may say to me, well, just don't put too much detail into it.
Yeah.
I'm not the one that can predict how much detail I put into the work. The work is creating itself, driven through me.
Sure.
So I have to follow suit here.
Right.
And if it's going to outgrow something, we deal with it, don't we? So that's no compromise. So I feel like I've never compromised with the integrity of my materials, in my subject matter, in what I believe I want to do.
Sure.
And you have moments where you go, it's a good idea. I can just, my gessos alone are artworks.
Right.
I can just have a show of gessos.
That's right.
One day I might want to do that, but I do that for me.
Yeah.
If you want to buy it, good on you.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Well, probably sell better than the finished pictures.
Sure.
But the gessos created, they have a hum to them because they're this raw material.
Oh, of course.
You have these different coloured well, look at those two boards there behind you.
Right. But when you look at it from more of a conceptual art sense, you can start to see how that could work.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But when that time comes, it times. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Sure.
The moment I know, it's like the person when they say to you, hey, Emilio, that work's finished.
Yeah.
Like that, and you're like, finished? What finished? I haven't finished the journey.
Right.
So, yeah.
Paul, how important do you think personality is when it comes to success?
That's a good one, Amelia. I think it's very important actually because you got to sell. You got to sell in the end, don't you? So there's no doubt about it. You've got to give people. Why am I able to walk into a meeting with people that are in serious business people and walk out there with a sculpture commission that they never imagined that they would be doing? Personality. Belief in what you do, and just know you're going in there and it's already done. It's like, why are we having the meeting? Because I'm going ahead anyway. That's my attitude. I'm not saying that is how confident I am. That's not confidence. That's belief.
Sure.
So yeah, because that's not. And once they have that belief, then they've said to me in meetings, we do not doubt that you're not capable of producing some of what you have. Because I've suggested some pretty large things, and they said that we don't doubt. The logistics around it. So yeah.
Sure. Do you think knowing the right people is important?
100%, 100%. But you got to find those people.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
You can't just I've spoken to a lot of artists and they're like asked the same question and they're also like, I want to make these objects and maybe it's just all so vague. Have a plan. Have a plan if you want to look. Then in exhibition time, it's not like I really have a plan that where each painting is going. I have no idea. That's very different. So Yeah.
Sure.
But you know, we come from migrant families where they've had to create it from nothing.
That's right.
So that's what I've been taught.
Sure. Sure. In conclusion,
Do
you have any upcoming exhibitions, projects, or teaching opportunities in 2023?
I've been asked to do several workshops, but I'm not able to do them. Possibly we are creating a workshop in Tuscany, which will be lovely.
Oh, wow. That would be beautiful.
Next to Piero della Francesca.
Lovely.
And so we've done a bit of a program there, but I'm hoping the place will be available eventually. Exhibition, probably 2024 now.
2024?
Which will be the one created in Sicily, because I do have a lot of logistical things happening.
Sure.
And fingers crossed, we venture into a new bronze this year.
Lovely.
Which, the maquette is being created as we speak. In fact, I should look at the photos. Sorry, camera. Did he send them? He didn't send any.
Sure.
Yeah.
Paul, I just want to say thank you so very much.
Thank you, mate. My voice is gone.
It's been incredible.
Throat is dry, and thank you, Emilio.
Very inspiring. And just this whole world that you've created for yourself is really something incredible. And
Thanks.
I do wish you the best, whether you make the decision to go live in Sicily or whether you stay here in Melbourne, Australia. I'm sure wherever you end up, you're going to be successful. You're
Thanks,
really
Emilio.
an inspiration, especially for young art students and younger artists who wish to be as successful as you have been throughout your career. So I do hope that whatever comes your way in the future brings you happiness and all the very best for your days to come.
Thank you, Emilio. Appreciate it for making the contact and coming out, spending the time.
No problem.
It was nice, and your research is impeccable.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you.